Welcome to goldenageradio.com, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brand new episodes every week. Visit veteransradioministry.com to listen to more episodes like this.
My dear V. Oh, these daughters. My dear Veronica, your aunt tells me you have involved yourself in some arrangement with the Widget girls about a fancy dress ball in London. I gather you wish to go up in some fantastic get-up, wrapped about in your opera cloak, and that after the festivities you propose to stay with these friends of yours at an hotel in Soho. Oh. Now, I'm sorry, but I regret to say, no. You have begun to get hold of some very queer ideas about what a young lady in your position
may or may not venture to do. And as a result, you are restless, aggressive, and critical. The life of a young girl is set about with prowling pitfalls from which you must be shielded at all costs. So long as I am your father, so long as your life is entrusted to my care, I feel bound to use my authority to check this disposition of yours towards extravagant enterprises. A day will come when you will thank me, so do please believe that in this matter I am acting for the best. He couldn't even tell me to my face. He had to do it by letter.
A Wednesday afternoon in late September 1908, and Anne Veronica Stanley is on a train back to Morningside Park in a state of solemn excitement.
My mind is made up.
She's quite resolved to have things out with her father that very evening.
It is a crisis, but it must be a decisive crisis.
Anne Veronica had a compartment to herself in the train from London, and she sat with both her feet on the seat, in an attitude that would certainly have distressed her mother to see and horrified her grandmother beyond measure, with her knees up to her chin and her hands clasped before them. And she was so lost in thought that...
Lord, you idiot, Aunt Veronica, we're here!
Morningside Park was a suburb that had not altogether, as they say, come off.
Ye gods, just look at the place.
Like pre-Roman Gaul, it consisted of three parts. The avenue, with its big yellow brick villas curved elegantly from the railway station, and under the railway arch was a congestion of workmen's dwellings.
It's now or never. Much as I hate rows, I've either got to make a stand or give in altogether.
She walked down the station approach that led to the field path home. Outside the post office stood a blonde young man in grey flannels who was elaborately fixing a stamp to a letter.
Oh, here goes. Hello, V.
Oh, hello, Teddy.
But it was clear she was in no mood for Teddy's.
Oh.
He became rigid
Damn it.
and a singularly bright shade of pink.
Damn it.
Anne Veronica Stanley was 21.5 years old. She had black hair, fine eyebrows, and a clear complexion, and the forces that had modelled her features had loved and lingered at their work and made them subtle and fine. She was a clever girl, the best in her year, with an aptitude and an enthusiasm for science and a particular skill in dissection. Her manner was one of quiet reserve, but behind the mask, she was wildly discontented and eager for freedom and life.
I want to live, to do, to be, to experience. There is no place for me in this world, no place and nothing.
Molly! Yes. Did V get my letter?
Yes, the maid gave it to her after you left, as you instructed.
You read it, didn't you? What do you think of it?
Yes, I thought it was firm and affectionate.
I could have said more.
Well, you seem to have said just what had to be said. She really must not go to that affair. I don't think she quite sees the harm of those Widget people or the sort of life to which they could draw her. They would spoil her every chance.
She has chances?
Well, she's an extremely attractive girl. Of course, one doesn't want to talk about things until there are things to talk about.
All the more reason why she shouldn't get herself talked about.
Anne Veronica's resolve to have things out with her father was not accomplished without difficulty. Mr. Stanley had dinner in his room and was not to be disturbed.
Father?
Go away, V. I'm busy.
It's important, Father, that I speak to you.
It's impossible tonight. I'm too busy.
Anne Veronica was Peter Stanley's youngest child. Her mother had died when she was 13. Her two elder sisters were married off. Her two brothers had gone out into the world well ahead of her, so she had made what she could of her father, but he was not a father one could make much of. He was a solicitor with a good deal of company business, a lean, worried-looking, clean-shaven man of 63. His ideas about girls and women were of a sentimental and modest quality. He had no idea about daughters.
Daughters. I never really wanted daughters. They happen to a man. Of course, a little daughter is a delightful thing. It runs about gaily and romps, bright and pretty, makes up wonderful sentences you can repeat in the city, and are good enough for punch. You call it a lot of nicknames, Babs and Biss and Viddles and V. It loves to sit on your knee. All that is jolly and as it should be. But a little daughter is one thing, and a daughter is another. And now, here's Anne Veronica, my little V, going about with hatless friends to socialist meetings and art class dances, taking her scientific ambitions to unwomanly lengths. She seems to think I'm merely the paymaster. And now she wants to leave Treadgold College and go to the Imperial College London and study and have science classes and fancy dress dances in a pirate costume and stay the night in some ramshackle hotel in Soho.
Breakfast was also an impossible occasion for Anne Veronica. Mr. Stanley read the Times with an unusually passionate interest and then declared suddenly he was getting an earlier train.
I'm getting an earlier train this morning.
Father,
Goodbye.
Father! Father! I'll come to the station with you. I may as well come up by that train.
I may have to run.
I'll run too.
Instead of which, they walked sharply.
I say, Daddy...
If it's about that dance project, it's no good. I've made up my mind.
You made me look a fool before all my friends.
You shouldn't have made an engagement until you consulted your aunt.
I thought I was old enough.
I won't have you quarrelling and crying in the avenue. Stop it. If you've got anything to say, you must say it to your aunt.
But look here, Daddy.
It's settled. You're not to go.
But it's about other things too.
I don't care. This isn't the place. Look, there's Ramage ahead of us. We don't want him overhearing you.
Then may I come to the study tonight, after dinner?
I'm busy.
It's important. I do want to come to an understanding between us.
You've no right to badger me like this, Veronica.
Tonight, then, Daddy.
Morning, Stanley.
Morning, Ramage.
Ramage saluted elaborately. He was the occupant of the big house at the end of the avenue. He was an outside broker and the proprietor of a financial newspaper. He had come up very rapidly in the last few years. He did not play golf, but took his exercise on horseback. Mr. Stanley liked and detested him in almost equal measure.
Is Miss Stanley coming up with us?
I go second class and change at Wimbledon.
We'll all go second class, if we may.
How's Mrs. Ramage?
Oh, very much as usual. She finds lying up so very irksome, but you see, she has to lie up all the time with her state of health.
His love-making struck me as unconvincing. He seemed too noisy.
Mr. Stanley was on the verge of convulsion at his daughter's observations. He was pretending to read the Times as Anne Veronica and Ramage were discussing one of those advanced modern plays. Luckily, Ramage turned the conversation around.
You see, Roddick is a heavy man, but the main interest of the play is the embezzlement.
They reached Wimbledon,
Thank heaven for that.
and Ramage whipped out his hand to help Miss Stanley onto the platform.
Here you are, my dear.
As though she had been a duchess, and she descended as though such attentions from middle-aged merchants were a matter of course.
Well, these young people grow up so fast, Stanley. Seems only yesterday that she was running down the avenue all hair and legs.
Now she's all hats and ideas.
At the end of dinner that evening, Anne Veronica began.
Father?
If there is anything you wish to say to me, you must say it in the study. I'm going to smoke a little here, and then I shall go there. I don't see what you can have to say. I should have thought my note cleared up everything. There are some papers I have to look through tonight. Important papers.
I won't keep you very long, Daddy.
I will leave you in peace.
Molly, I don't see why you and V shouldn't discuss this little affair, or whatever it is, without bothering me.
I need to speak to you, Father, and I will come to your study later.
The air was thick with feelings. Her aunt went out of the room with dignity and a rustle.
Sit down.
Thank you, I'd rather stand.
When Anne Veronica came into the study later, her father held some printed document in his hand and appeared not to see her.
And what is this all about, Veronica?
Look here, Daddy. I must go to that dance, you know.
Why?
Well, because I really don't see why I shouldn't.
Ah, but you see, I do.
And I have promised Constance Widget that I would.
Without asking my permission?
Why shouldn't I go?
It isn't a suitable place, it isn't a suitable gathering.
But, Daddy, what do you know of the place and the gathering?
And it's entirely out of order. The idea is preposterous.
You see, I don't think it is preposterous. That's what I really wanted to discuss. It comes to this. Am I to be trusted to take care of myself, or am I not?
To judge from this proposal of yours, I should say not.
I think I am.
As long as you remain under my roof...
You're going to treat me as though I wasn't. Well, I don't think that's fair.
My dear girl, you're a mere child. You know nothing of life, nothing of its dangers, nothing of its possibilities. You think everything is harmless and simple and so forth. It isn't. There it is, you can't go.
You say I know nothing. That's probably true. But how am I to get to know of things?
Some things I hope you may never know.
I want to be a human being. I want to learn and know about things and not be protected as something too precious for life, cooped up in some little corner.
Cooped up? Did I stand in the way of you going to college? Have I ever prevented you going about at a reasonable hour? You've got a bicycle.
I want to be taken seriously. A girl at my age is grown up. You talk of college. I don't want to go to the local college. I want to go to Imperial College London and work under proper conditions. Now that I've done the intermediate, it's not as if I haven't done well. I've never muffed an exam yet. My big brother Roddy muffed too.
There are plenty of things a girl can find to do at home.
Until someone takes pity on me and marries me.
We've spoken of this before, and anyway, you're changing the subject now.
You started it. Look here, Father. Suppose I won't stand it. Suppose, for example, I go to this dance.
You won't. I have forbidden it.
Yes, I know, but suppose I go.
Now, Veronica, no. No.
Both faces were flushed and obstinate. She was trying by some wonderful and secret motionless gymnastics to restrain her tears.
You won't let me live, and you won't let me exist.
What nonsense. My dear child, you do live. You do exist. You have this home, you have friends, acquaintances, social standing, every advantage. Instead, though, you want to cut up rabbits at university. Dance about at nights in wild costumes with art students and God knows who. That isn't living. You must not, you shall not go.
Well, good night, Father.
What? Not a kiss.
Are you coming to the Fadden dance, Anne Veronica?
Yes, Constance, I mean to.
Are you making your dress?
Such as it is.
They were in Constance Widget's bedroom. Mr. Widget, her father, was a journalist and critic. He travelled third class to London by unusual trains and openly despised golf. The girls went to the Fadden Art School and led a bright, eventful life of art student dances, socialist meetings, theatre galleries, talking about work and even, at intervals, working. On Constance's bed, there was seated a slender lady of 30 or so in a dingy green dress, whom Constance had introduced as Miss Miniver. On her lapel was an ivory button bearing the words, "Votes for Women." Anne Veronica sat at the foot of the bed while Teddy Widget occupied the only bedroom chair, smoked cigarettes, and tried to conceal the fact that he was looking all the time at Anne Veronica's eyebrows.
I've been forbidden to come to the ball.
My God.
Auntie Molly?
No, my father. It's a serious prohibition.
Why?
That's just the point. I asked him why, and he hadn't got a reason.
You asked your father for a reason?
Yes, Miss Miniver. I tried to have it out with him, but he wouldn't have it. Well, that's why I think I ought to come.
We always have it out with our father, poor dear. He's almost got to like it.
Men never have a reason. Never. And they don't know it. It's one of their very worst traits.
But I say, V, if you're forbidden to come and you do come, there'll be the deuce of a row.
There's the whole situation. Apparently, I'm not to exist yet. I'm not to study, I'm not to grow. I've got to stay at home and remain in a state of suspended animation.
Dusting.
Yes.
Until you marry, V.
Well, thousands of women have married merely for freedom and found it a worse slavery.
I suppose it's our lot. But it's very beastly. Slavery. Downtroddenness. When I think of it, I feel all over boot marks.
As things are at present, it is true. We live under man-made institutions, and that is what they amount to. Every girl in the world, practically, except a few of us who teach or typewrite, and then we're underpaid and sweated. It's dreadful to think how we are sweated.
Yes.
Until we have the vote, that is how things will be.
I'm all for the vote.
I suppose a girl must be underpaid and sweated. There's no way of getting a decent income independently.
Women have practically no economic freedom because they have no political freedom. The one decent profession, I mean, for a woman, except the stage, is teaching. And there we trample on each other. Everywhere else, the law, prejudice, bars us.
There's art and writing, Miss Miniver.
Everyone hasn't the gift. Even there, a woman never gets a fair chance. Men are against her. Whatever she does is minimised. All the best novels have been written by women, and yet look how men sneer at the lady novelist still. There's only one way for a woman to get on, and that is to please men.
Yes.
That is what they think we are for.
Yes.
We men are beasts. Beasts.
Yes. We are the species. Men are only incidents. To begin with, women were the rulers. They owned all the property, they invented all the arts. The lords of creation just ran about and did what they were told.
But is that really so?
It has been proved by American professors.
But how did they prove it?
By science. And now look at us, Aunt Veronica. See what we have become. Delicate trifles. We have become parasites and toys.
It isn't quite that we're toys. Nobody toys with me. Nobody regards Constance or me as a delicate trifle.
The point is, we're not toys. Toys isn't the word. We're litter. We're handfuls. We're inflammable litter that mustn't be left lying around.
Quite.
The practical trouble is our age. They used to hurry up and marry us off at 17 and rush us into things. We're partly human beings and partly females in suspense.
Yeah, that's it. They have no plans for us, no idea what to do with us.
There is no remedy, girls, except the vote. Give us that. Oh, I wish I could make every woman, every girl see this as clearly as I see it. Just what the vote means to us.
Yes.
As Anne Veronica went back along the avenue, Teddy overtook her.
I say, V, half a minute. It's like this. You want freedom. Look here. You know, if you want freedom, just an idea of mine, you know how those Russian students do? In Russia, just a formal marriage. Mere formality. Liberates the girl from parental control, see? You marry me. Simply. No further responsibility whatsoever. Without hindrance. Why not? Quite willing. Get a license. Just an idea of mine. Doesn't matter a bit to me. Do anything to please you, V. Anything. Not fit to be dust on your boots, still. There you are.
Oh, it's awfully good of you, Teddy. But I don't see just how it fits in the present situation.
No? Well, I just suggested it. Threw it out. Of course, if at any time see reason, alter your opinion, always at your service. No offence, I hope. All right. I'm off. Due to play hockey. Jackson's. Horrid snorters. So long, V. Just suggested it. See? Nothing really. Passing thought.
Teddy, you are a dear.
Oh, quite.
He lifted an imaginary hat and left her. That afternoon, Anne Veronica was at Lady Paulsworthy's garden party. Lady Paulsworthy was the social leader of Morningside Park, and in her superficial way, an extremely kind and pleasant woman. She understood the art of bringing people together, and they never talked of anything at all, never discussed, never even encouraged gossip. They were just nice. Across the lawn and hovering indecisively, Anne Veronica spotted Lady Paulsworthy's nephew.
Oh, golly, no. not Mr. Manning.
Mr. Manning had shown on previous occasions that he found Anne Veronica interesting. He was a tall young man of 37, with a handsome, thoughtful face and a full black moustache.
You are looking splendid today, Miss Stanley. How well and jolly you must be feeling. I love this warm end of summer more than words can tell. I've tried to make words tell it in a poem. It's no good. You want music?
Yes.
Oh, splendid to be a composer. Glorious. The Pastoral Symphony Beethoven. He's the best of them, don't you think? Tum-tum-tum, ta-tay, tum-tum.
Yes.
And what have you been doing since our last talk? Still cutting up rabbits and probing into things? I've often thought of those talks of ours.
Beautiful, aren't they, these, autumn flowers?
Oh, do come and see the Michaelmas daisies at the end of the garden. Oh, they're a dream.
And Anne Veronica involuntarily found herself in a remote spot of the garden.
Yes, the, Michaelmas daisies are very good this year.
Oh, I either want to shout when I see beautiful things, or else I want to weep, or else I want to pray.
And when is Michaelmas Day?
Oh, heaven knows. 29th?
I thought it was earlier. Wasn't Parliament due to reassemble then?
You're not interested in politics.
Oh, yes. I'm very interested.
I find my interest in that sort of thing decline and decline.
I'm curious. Perhaps because I don't know much. I suppose an intelligent person ought to be interested in political affairs. They concern us all.
Do they? Well, I wonder.
I think they do.
Well, I don't think they're doing so this afternoon, and I don't think you do. I'm old-fashioned, Miss Stanley. I don't think women need to trouble about political questions.
I want to vote.
Really? Oh, I wish you didn't.
Why not?
Well, it seems to me a woman's job is to be beautiful and to behave beautifully, and politics are, by their very nature, are ugly. I am a woman worshipper. We can't afford to turn our goddesses and fairy princesses into a sort of man. My politics wouldn't be to give women votes. I'm a socialist, Miss Stanley.
What?
I would make this country a collective monarchy, and all the girls and women in it would be the Queen. And we, the men, would work for them and serve them in loyal fealty.
That's rather the theory now. Only so many men neglect their duties. So far as one can judge from the system and practice, it doesn't work.
Women have far more power than they think, as inspirations. Oh, you say you want to vote?
I think I ought to have one.
Well, I have two. One in Oxford University and one in Kensington. Let me present you with them and be your voter.
I want to vote for myself. I don't see why I should take it second-hand. Have you ever voted, Mr. Manning? I suppose there's a sort of place like a ticket office in a ballot box. What is a ballot box like, exactly?
Well, a ballot box is very largely just a box.
2 days later came the day of the crisis, the day of the Fadden dance. It would have been a crisis anyway, but it was complicated in Anne Veronica's mind by the fact that a letter from Mr. Manning had arrived on the very same day.
My dear Miss Stanley, I hope you will forgive me for bothering you with a letter. But I feel there are things I want to say to you so much that I cannot wait until we meet again. Things I had meant to say to you that afternoon at Lady Paulsworthy's that were coursing through my head, but instead I said nothing. I come to you now, a pure and unencumbered man, to say I love you.
Oh, my goodness, I can't read this here.
With a well-simulated unconcern and a heightened colour, she finished her breakfast and strolled into the vegetable garden, and hidden from the windows of the house, she settled down in a disused greenhouse to read her letter.
Before I met you, I never met
anyone whom I felt I could love, and you have discovered depths in my own nature I had scarcely suspected. Well, except for a few early ebullitions of passion, natural to a warm and romantic disposition, and leaving no harmful after-effects, ebullitions that, by the standards of the higher truth, I feel no one can justly cast a stone at, and of which I, for one, am by no means ashamed. I come to you a pure and unencumbered man. My mind is full of images and ideas that I have been cherishing, of seeing you dressed like a queen and shining in some brilliant throng, or looking at flowers in some old-world garden. Our garden. I am a resolute man, and hitherto, When I have wanted something, I have got it. But I have never wanted anything as much as I want you. I have said what I had to say, stumblingly and badly, but I am sick of tearing up letters and hopeless at getting what I want. Let me put the main question to you now that I could not put the other afternoon. Will you marry me, Anne Veronica? Very sincerely yours, Hubert Manning.
How odd. I suppose I shall have to write an answer.
Veronica.
I'm going for a walk, Auntie.
Alone, dear?
Yes, I've got a lot to think about.
I wonder.
A little breathlessly, Aunt Molly went into Anne Veronica's room.
Let me see.
She went straight over to the wardrobe, and there, hanging among the more normal clothing, was a skimpy dress of red canvas so short it could hardly reach the knee. On the same peg was a black velvet jacket, but the third item she took hold of caused her hand to tremble violently and fell into two baggy crimson masses.
Trousers.
Anne Veronica had three things very definitely settled by the time she found herself perched up on a gate between a bridle path and a field that commanded the whole wide stretch of country between Chalking and Waldersham.
Firstly, I do not intend to marry at all, and particularly not Mr. Manning. Secondly, I mean to go on with my studies, and not at the Treadgold schools, but at the Imperial College. And thirdly, I will go to the Fadden Ball tonight. I will go. What will Father do? Turn me out of doors? So be it. I will go. Mr. Ramage.
Oh, Miss Stanley. Oh, you've got my view. I always get off here and lean over that rail for a bit. May I do so today?
It's your gate. You got it first. It's for you to say if I may sit on it.
Well, let me introduce you to Caesar.
And she patted Caesar's neck and remarked how soft his nose was and secretly deplored the ugliness of equine teeth.
And, what are you doing here, young lady, wandering alone so far from home?
I like long walks.
Solitary walks?
That's the point of them. I think over all sorts of things.
Problems?
Sometimes quite difficult problems.
You're lucky to live in an age when you can do so. Your mother, for instance, couldn't. She had to do her thinking at home, under inspection.
I suppose things have changed.
I must confess, the new woman and the new girl intrigued me profoundly. And the change of attitude. If you had lived 20 years ago, you would have been called a young person, and it would have been your chief duty in life not to know, never to have heard of, or never to understand.
There's quite enough still that one doesn't understand.
Quite. But your role would have been to go about saying, I beg your pardon, in a reproving tone, to things you understood quite well in your heart and saw no harm in. I had rather gossip to a really intelligent girl than to any man alive. I wonder that more girls don't think as you do and want to strike out in the world. Let me say one thing. If ever you do, and I can help you in any way, by advice or inquiry or recommendation. You see, I'm no believer in feminine incapacity, but I do perceive there is such a thing as feminine inexperience. I can think of nothing more pleasant in life than to help you. Because I know it would pay to help you. See, there's something about you, a little flavour of willpower about you, I suppose, that makes one feel good luck and success will be yours for the taking.
They talked for the better part of an hour, and after protestations of friendship that were almost ardent, he mounted a little clumsily.
Shouldn't have moved there. Right.
And rode off, looking his best, making a leg with his riding gaiters, smiling and saluting. When Mr. Stanley came home at 6:15, 15 minutes earlier than usual, his sister greeted him in the hall.
So glad you're here, Peter. She means to go.
Go? Where?
That ball.
What ball?
The question was rhetorical. He knew.
I believe she's dressing upstairs now.
Then tell her to undress. Confound her.
The city had been thoroughly annoying that day, and he was angry from the outset.
I don't think she will.
She must. I'm going to my study. It's ridiculous.
She's going to have some sort of meal with the Widgets down the avenue and go up with them.
She told you that?
Yes.
When?
At tea.
But why didn't you prohibit the whole thing once and for all? How dare she tell you that?
Out of defiance. She just sat and told me that was the arrangement. I've never seen her quite so sure of herself.
What did you say?
I said, my dear Veronica, how can you think of such things?
And then?
She had 2 more cups of tea and some cake and told me of her walk.
Oh, she'll meet somebody one of these days. Walking about like that.
Oh, she didn't say she'd met anyone.
But didn't you say anything more about the ball?
I said everything I could say as soon as I realised she was trying to avoid the topic. I said, it is no use your telling me about this walk and pretending you have told me about the ball, because you haven't. Your father has forbidden you to go.
Well?
She said, I hate being horrid to you and father, but I feel it my duty to go to that ball.
Felt it her duty?
Well, very well, then, I said. I wash my hands of the whole business. Your disobedience is upon your own head.
But this is flat rebellion. You ought at once to have told her that. What duty does a girl owe to anyone before her father? Obedience to him. That is the first law.
Oh, shh, Peter, she's coming down.
Tell her to come to my study. I wish to speak to her.
Her aunt had never seen her looking so fine or so pretty. Her fancy dress, save for the green-grey stockings, the pseudo-Turkish slippers, and baggy silk trousers natural to a pirate's bride, was hidden in a large black silk-hooded opera cloak.
I'm just off, Aunt.
Your father is in the study and wishes to speak to you.
I'm just in time to say goodbye before I go, Father. I'm going up to London with the Widgets to the ball.
Now look here, Aunt Veronica, you are not going to that ball.
I thought we had discussed that, Father.
You're not going out of the house in that get-up.
I am going. I'm sorry to seem to have disobeyed you, but I am. I wish we needn't have quarrelled.
I don't think you can have heard me, Vi. I said you were not to go. Now, where are you going? Stop!
Goodbye!
No, you don't.
Yes, I do!
Stop it!
Let go!
Never for a moment had violence come between these two, since long ago, when he had, in spite of her mother's protest, carried her kicking and squalling to the nursery for some forgotten crime. With something near to horror, they found themselves thus confronted.
You will not go!
Abruptly, she desisted, recoiled, and turned and fled upstairs. She gained her room, and...
Oh, God! I won't stand it! I'll go tonight!
Looking wildly round her room, she went to her window, opened it, and scrambled out onto the leaded space above the bathroom on the first floor.
I haven't done this for 5 years.
But things that a girl of 16 may do in short skirts are not things to be done by a young lady of 21 in fancy dress and an opera cloak. And as she realized the truth of this, she discovered that Mr. Pragmar, who lived 3 gardens away, was standing by his forgotten lawn beside the forgotten lawnmower, watching her intently. She was stuck. She shuffled backwards and found it extremely difficult to infuse an air of quiet correctitude into her return through the window. At 8 that evening, Aunt Molly tapped at Anne Veronica's bedroom door.
I brought you up some dinner, Vi.
Anne Veronica was lying on her bed in a darkling room, staring at the ceiling. Her aunt did not object to capital punishment, or war, or the industrial system, or casual wards, or flogging of criminals, or the massacres in the Congo Free State, because none of these things really got hold of her imagination. But she did object. She did not like. She could not bear to think of people not having and enjoying their meals. As soon as dinner was over that night, she went into the kitchen and compiled a specially prepared, nice tray. Anne Veronica was frightfully hungry. She found herself in the presence of the most disconcerting fact in human experience: the kindliness of people you believe to be wrong. She took the tray with both hands, gulped and gave way to tears. Her aunt leapt unhappily to thoughts of penitence.
Oh, my dear. I do so wish you would realise how it grieves your father.
I don't think you see how it shames and disgraces me.
I hope I will find you in a more obedient state of mind tomorrow. Good night, V. And think, dear, he is your father.
There's no reason. I will keep fighting. By God, I will,
said Anne Veronica for the first time in her life. Anne Veronica had an impression that she did not sleep at all that night, and at any rate she got through an immense amount of feverish feeling and thinking.
What am I going to do? I must get away from home. I must go.
To remain, she felt, would be to concede everything.
I will have to go tomorrow. If I delay...
If she delayed a day...
I would delay 2 days.
If she delayed 2 days...
I would delay a week.
And after a week...
Submission forever. No, I'll die. I'll die if I stay.
She made plans and estimated means and resources. These and her general preparations had perhaps a certain disproportion.
There's my gold watch. A very good gold watch. It was Mother's. And a pearl necklace. Some pretty rings, silver bangles, and a few trinkets. There's £3, 13 shillings of my dress and book allowance still unspent. And I have a few good saleable books. With all that, I should be able to set up a separate establishment for myself in the world. And then I will find work. I'm not sure how, but I will.
She fought the gaps of disconcerting doubt when the universe was making sinister and threatening faces at her, defying her to defy.
I don't care. I'll fight it. The only difficulties will be getting my luggage out of this house and away from Morningside Park. I'll go. I don't care what happens,
said Anne Veronica for the 100th time.
I know. Of course. I'll ask Teddy Widget or Constance to help me with my luggage.
The next day, she found the young Widgets engaged in languid reminiscences of the Fadden Ball.
Oh, we're all a bit decayed, V.
And where were you last night, V? We missed you.
I was locked in. Because Father and Aunt Molly thought my Turkish trousers were too shocking to be seen by respectable people.
Oh, my God. What are you going to do?
What can one do? Would you stand it? I'm going to clear out.
Clear out?
Go to London.
But how can you? Who will you stop with?
I shall go on my own. Take a room.
I say. But who's going to pay for the room?
I've got money. Anything is better than this stifled life down here.
And seeing that Constance was obviously developing objections, she plunged at once into a demand for help.
I've got nothing in the world to pack with except a toy-sized portmanteau. Can you lend me some stuff?
You are a chap.
They did what they could for her. They agreed to lend her their hold-all and a large formless bag they called the communal trunk.
I am ready to go to the ends of the earth for you, V, and carry your luggage all the way.
Thank you, Teddy.
Constance, looking out of the window, saw Anne Veronica's aunt going down to the shops.
If you must go on with it, now's your time, whilst your auntie's out.
I'll take the bags and go round by the garden backs and drop them over the fence.
Take care no one sees you. My aunt will be back from the shops soon. She'll have lunch, and then when she's retired for her digestive hour, I'll pack the bags and bring them to you at the garden gate, and you can take them to the station in time for the 3:17 train to London. And I will meet you there.
Right.
All this was exciting and entertaining. As planned, she carried bag and hold-all to the garden gate, where Teddy, in a state of ecstatic service, bore them to the railway station. Anne Veronica went upstairs again.
Now I must get ready to leave. My home. I didn't think it would be so hard. I must dress carefully for town. The skirt, coat. This is a business-like looking hat.
And once changed, she left her room, she left her home, and with a wave of emotion she could not control, she walked down the avenue to catch the 3:17 train to London.
Thanks for everything, Teddy!
If you want anything or get into any trouble, wire me. I'd do anything, V. It's horrible to think of...
You're a tremendous brick, Teddy!
Who wouldn't be for you? You're splendid! Good luck! Good luck!
Bye-bye!
She waved from the window until the bend hid him. Alone in the train, she felt smaller and more adventurous even than she'd expected to feel.
Let me see. I'm going to take a room in a lodging house, because it will be cheaper in the long run. But perhaps I'd better book a room in a hotel tonight. But if I told a cabman to take me to a hotel, he might drive me somewhere dreadfully expensive. I'll book my luggage in at Waterloo and look around for myself.
Anne Veronica left the train, booked her luggage into the cloakroom and walked out into London with a peculiar exaltation of mind, an exaltation that partook of panic and defiance, but was chiefly a sense of vast, unexampled release. She inhaled a deep breath of air, London air. It seemed at first the most beautiful afternoon of all time to her. With no great throng of people, the river, Westminster and St. Paul's were rich with the soft sunshine. And in this great mellow place, this London was now hers.
Oh, I'm glad I came.
She marked a hotel that seemed neither opulent nor odd in a little side street opening on the embankment, and then returned with her luggage.
Do you have a single room available, please?
She found herself presently in room number 47.
All right, so far.
She sat in the corner of the small, stark room and suddenly felt miserably alone, bereft and blank, as though she didn't matter, she and her gear.
I think I'll go out again, get something to eat in the aerated bread shop and perhaps find a cheap room for myself. Something a bit more homely.
She walked along the Strand and across Trafalgar Square to Oxford Street. She hesitated outside the Army and Navy stores. Should she go in and ask for a job? But was distracted by a man about her father's age who had a flushed face, sneaky eyes, and a hungry gaze staring at her.
Whither away, my pretty?
Amazed, Anne Veronica stepped aside and quickened her step.
Strange old man.
Across the street, she noticed the man again. Beyond Oxford Circus, Anne Veronica went into a British tea table company shop to get some tea. As she was waiting for her tea to come, she saw the man yet again. He came down the shop, quite obviously looking for her, and took up a position on the other side against a mirror. He was following her.
I'll ignore him. Surely I can ignore him.
The art of ignoring is installed so well into young women, they can ignore their own thoughts, and yet she was ruffled. In fact, she was furious. He had taken his silk hat off and was gloating upon her, smiling and trying to catch her eye.
That he should be in the same world with me.
As she left the tea shop, the afternoon had passed now into twilight. The street lamps were glowing into existence, and she didn't know what to do. She looked into a flower shop. He passed.
Thank goodness.
He came back, stood beside her, silently looking into her face. She went from street to street. She had lost her way, and all the glory of London had departed. Against the sinister, threatening, monstrous inhumanity of the limitless city, there was nothing now but this ugly fact of a pursuit, the pursuit of the undesired, persistent male. She was on the verge of getting help from a passerby when her follower vanished. He had gone. The night had swallowed him up. She reached Euston Road, and there, by the name on a bus, made a guess of her way home. She was afraid of the dark open doorways, of the blazes of light, of being alone. At last she made it back to the hotel. She came very near to returning home, but in spite of a fitful night's sleep, the morning brought courage, and those first intimations of horror vanished completely from her mind. She sent her father a telegram from the East Strand post office, worded thus:
All is well with me and quite safe.
And afterwards she dined à la carte upon a cutlet, and had then set herself to write an answer to Mr. Manning's proposal of marriage. But she had found it very difficult.
Dear Mr. Manning, I find it very difficult to answer your letter. I hope you won't mind if I say first that I think it does me an extraordinary honour that you should think of anyone like myself so highly and seriously. And secondly, I wish that it had not been written, You see, I am too young and ignorant for marriage. So please, if you will, forget you wrote that letter and forgive this answer. I do hope you will be able to do this, because I value men friends. I want to be a person by myself and pull my own strings. I had rather have trouble and hardship like that than be taken care of by others. I want to be myself. I do hope you will see how things are, and not be offended with me or frightfully shocked and distressed by what I have done. Very sincerely yours, Anne Veronica Stanley.
In the afternoon, she resumed her search for an apartment. 1 or 2 landladies refused her with an air of conscious virtue, even outright disapproval, which in her innocence she found puzzling.
We don't let to ladies of your sort.
She drifted towards Titchfield Street, and the apartments there were either scandalously dirty or unaccountably dear, or both. At last, in a street near the Hampstead Road, she hit upon a room that had an exceptional quality of space and order. She brought her luggage in a cab from the hotel. She tipped the hotel porter 6pence and overpaid the cabman 18 pence, and arranged for a supper of tea, a boiled egg, and some tinned peaches.
And now, what is the next step?
She wrote to her father, which was difficult. He would know her address tomorrow.
Dear old Daddy. Oh, he'll make a fearful fuss.
The next morning, her aunt arrived at about 10:30, in black and with an unusually thick spotted veil. She raised this with the air of a conspirator unmasking and displayed a tear-stained face.
My dear, you must come home at once. This has almost killed your father.
I sent a telegram.
He cares so much for you.
I sent a telegram and a letter to say I was all right.
All right? Oh, Veronica, to leave your home. Why did you do it? Why could you not confide in us?
Do what?
What you have done.
But what have I done?
Eloped.
Eloped?
We had no idea. We had such pride in you, such hope in you. Your father sat up all night, until at last I persuaded him to go to bed. He wanted to put his overcoat on and come after you and look for you in London.
I sent a telegram, Aunt.
Like a stab. You didn't even put the 12 words.
I said I was all right.
Before that came, your father didn't even know you were gone. He was just getting cross at your being late for dinner, you know his way, when it came. He opened it, just offhand, and when he saw what it was, he hit out at the table and sent his soup spoon flying and splashing onto the tablecloth. My God, he said, I'll go after them and kill him.
But what did Father imagine?
That you had eloped. He said, read that, and he threw the telegram at me. It went into the tureen. He swore when I tried to get it out with the ladle. Never since I was a little girl have I seen your father so moved. Oh, little V, he cried, little V.
Do you mean, Aunt, that my father thought I had gone off with some man?
What else could he think? Would anyone dream you'd be so mad as to go off alone?
Well, after what happened the night before?
If you could see him this morning, his poor face as white as a sheet and all cut about with shaving. You must come home to him at once.
I don't think I can do that.
But, my dear, how will you live? Think of what people will say. Oh, think of what Lady Polesworthy will say. Don't you care what Mr. Manning thinks?
I don't care what anyone thinks.
I can't imagine what has come over you, you foolish girl. Don't you care for Mr. Manning?
I don't see what Mr. Manning has to do with my coming to London.
He worships the ground you tread on. You don't deserve it, but he does. And just because your father wouldn't let you disobey him, you can explain your behaviour to him yourself this afternoon.
Oh, no.
And sure enough, that afternoon...
A nice time of anxiety you've given me, young lady. I hope you're satisfied. Well, you've had your little adventure, and I hope now you've had enough of it.
I hope I have not distressed you by the course that I felt obliged to take. But you did put me in an impossible position.
Nonsense. Nonsense. Any father in my place would have done as I did. So, go and get your things together while I go and look for a hansom.
I'm not coming home.
Not coming home?
No.
Do you understand what you are doing? If you do not obey me, you will never darken my doors again. You will never touch a single penny of my money, not one penny.
I don't care.
You poor child, don't you see the infinite folly of these proceedings? Think of the love and affection you're abandoning. Think of your aunt, a second mother to you. Think if your own mother were alive.
If my own mother was alive, she would understand.
Let us have no more of this humbug. You are to come home. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand. I understand. Not a penny, not one penny, and never darken your door again.
Oh.
Ye gods, I've done it this time.
And now, for some weeks, Anne Veronica was to test her market value in the world. She went about in that dark, foggy November London to find that modest but independent employment she had so rashly assumed would be hers for the asking.
I don't have much experience. Well, none. And there is so little work for women, but...
A secretarial post arose in which there was no specific exclusion of womanhood, with a Harley Street doctor.
I'm afraid a secretary of mine would be required to process a large amount of detailed information.
Yes, and
the less appealing facets of the human condition may not be suitable for the eyes of such a young, inexperienced lady.
But I'm...
Sorry. Goodbye.
I might find work as a governess or a teaching assistant. Or I could go into a business. A photographer's receptionist or a costumier's or a hat shop.
You're far too young, not at all suitable for the post.
Is filled.
Experienced only dressmakers.
Experienced dressmakers. Oh dear, no.
I'm sorry, thank you. Too young.
What am I going to do? I must find a job. Mr. Ramage is here. Somewhere in the city. Find out his address, swallow my pride, and ask him to help me and find me a job.
Oh, but this is a surprise. This is wonderful. I've been feeling that you've vanished from my world. Have you been away from Morningside Park?
I'm not interrupting you.
You are. Splendidly. Business exists for such interruptions. There you are. The best client's chair. I've been looking out for you, I must confess.
I want some advice. Do you remember how we talked on the Downs? About how a girl can get an independent living?
Yes, yes.
Well, you see, something has happened at home.
Well, nothing has happened to Mr. Stanley.
I've fallen out with my father. It was about a question of what I might do or not do. In fact, he locked me in the house.
Oh, I say.
So I packed up and came to London next day.
To a friend?
To lodgings, alone.
I say, you know, you have some pluck. Well, you did it on your own?
Quite on my own.
That's magnificent. By Jove, there is something direct about you. Now, how has the world taken it? Well, if I was the world, I would have put down a crimson carpet and asked you to say what you wanted, and generally let you walk all over me. But the world didn't do that?
Not exactly.
It presented a large, impenetrable back and went on thinking about something else.
It offered from 15 to 22 shillings a week for drudgery.
Ugh, the world has no sense of what is due to youth and courage.
Yes, but the thing is, I want a job.
Exactly. What ought you to do?
I funded up all sorts of things.
The point to note is that fundamentally you don't particularly want to do it.
I don't understand.
You want to be free and so forth, but you don't want to do the job that sets you free for its own sake. I mean, it doesn't interest you in itself.
I suppose not.
And that's one of our differences. We men are like children. We can get absorbed in play, in games, in the businesses we do, and that's why we do them, sometimes rather well. But women, as a rule, don't throw themselves into things like that. And that's what makes a clever woman's independent career so much more difficult than a man's. The central thing in her life is life itself. The warmth of life. Sex and love.
It isn't quite what I had in mind.
Of course not. Well, you see, from my point of view, you are grown up. You're as old as all the goddesses and the contemporary of any alive. But from the economic point of view, you're a child. Now, look here. If you must be free, why not do the sensible thing? Make yourself worth a decent freedom. Go on with your studies at the Imperial College, for example. Get a degree and make yourself good value.
But I can't do that. How am I to live?
Easily. Easily. Borrow from me.
I couldn't do that.
Well, I see no reason why you shouldn't. Men are always doing it.
No, it's absolutely out of the question, Mr. Ramage.
But before Christmas, with an awakening sense of her need for money, Anne Veronica had gone to Ramage again and accepted his offer as a loan.
£40? Yes, it's best to make it a good round sum. There we are. It's jolly to feel that you've come to me. Last time you made me feel snubbed. Oh, it's just upon my lunchtime. Come and have lunch with me.
Anne Veronica, for some indefinable reason, did not want to lunch with him. A reason indeed so indefinable that she dismissed it. And the next minute saw her whisked in a hansom to Soho.
There we are. In we go, my dear. Ritter's, Dean Street.
Anne Veronica was Amy Hoggart. The narrator, H.G. Wells, was Bill Nighy. Mr. Stanley, Geoffrey Whitehead. Mr. Ramage, Jonathan Keeble. And Aunt Molly was Ruth Alexander Rubin. Teddy was Ashley Margolis. Constance, Emily Piton. Miss Miniver, Victoria Brazier. And Mr. Manning was Toby Haydoke. Anne Veronica by H.G. Wells was dramatised by Ellen Dryden and directed in Salford by Pauline Harris.
Anne Veronica, newly and precariously independent, was standing on the steps of the Central Imperial College that towered up amongst the back streets of Euston Road and Great Portland Street, holding in one hand a pleading letter from her father to return home, and in the other the cheque for £40 from her friend Ramage to help pay for her further education, a stepping stone to freedom and liberation. Should she succumb to her father's rather endearing plea and simply tear the cheque up and just go home?
No, I am a human being, not a timid female. I'll see it out.
And so, in January 1909, Anne Veronica was working very steadily on the advanced course in comparative anatomy. Biology throws out broad experimental generalizations and then sets out to bring into harmony an infinitely varied collection of phenomena.
The little streaks upon the germinating area of an egg, the senses of a fish, and the slime upon a sea-wet rock. 10,000 such things bear their witness and are illuminated by bios.
And Anne Veronica in her own person too was this eternal bios, beginning again its recurrent journey to selection and multiplication and failure or survival.
I am studying me, a living form. I will discover my own secrets.
A month later, Anne Veronica realized that she was thinking a lot about her tutor, Capes. His form, his voice.
It's like this,
he says, and drags a stool beside me and sits down with his elbow 4 inches from mine and makes a sketch.
The sunlight catches his face.
And see, the modelling of his ear, the muscles of his neck, and the soft, minute curve of his eyelid.
All right. I'll leave you to it.
Then he gets up and leaves me. And every time this happens, a cavity, an immense absence remains. Something enormously gone. I don't know what it is. No one else leaves such an emptiness behind. What is the matter with me?
Oh, Miss Stanley, you asked me my thoughts on the scientific relevance of beauty.
I did.
There is a science to beauty. One can be a little too mystical about it. Primarily, it's intensity of perception, without any tissue damage.
I like the mystical way. A number of beautiful things are not intense.
Now, the proportion, rhythm, harmony are slight in themselves, but if you perceive them intensely, vividly, they are like the detonators of a bomb. Vividness of perception is the essential factor. Vividness may be created by a whisper. Boom!
That doesn't explain sunsets.
Not quite. I throw it out in passing. Beauty isn't a special, inserted sort of something. It's just life. Life nascent, running clear and strong.
Anne Veronica surveyed Kate's sloping back for a moment and drew her microscope towards her.
Anne Veronica, love is the matter. Love is what it is. Love.
Anne Veronica Stanley, a biological sciences degree candidate, has also entered the candidacy for love. At this moment, Mr. Capes has been handed a telegram for Anne Veronica. In fetching it over, Capes tries reading it through the thin paper, but is unsuccessful.
Oh, he's coming back.
It seems that this morning I cannot escape your vortices, Miss Stanley. I've just been handed a telegram for you. We're expecting news.
No, it was not, Mr. Capes. Won't be from my father or my Aunt Molly. They're not telegram senders. It's from my friend.
Bored and nothing to do. Will you dine with me tonight somewhere and we can talk? I shall be grateful.
Ramage. Well, it's been 10 days since we met. I'm ready for a gossip. I'll tell him that I've fallen in love. Love is leaning in upon me like a microscope.
Anne Veronica and Ramage meet at a little restaurant.
Well, Mr. Ramage, I'm brandishing a secret like a teapot about to pour.
Unless that teapot is filled with champagne, my hand is covering the cup. Waiter!
Yes, sir?
Champagne. Nothing else will cheer me up.
Yes, sir.
Whatever is wrong, Mr. Ramage?
I'm unhappy. I'm in love.
You can't be unhappy if you're in love.
How would you know?
Well, as it happens... Oh!
This week I've made an awful lot of money.
If it's about the loan...
Oh, shush, I've made £700.
Exhilarating.
More, actually.
Very exhilarating.
Cheers, my dear. You play games, don't you, Anne Veronica?
I played hockey, tennis, jiu-jitsu.
It's like that.
In what way?
Well, you score. Your score is a number. I scored over £700.
You score love in tennis when you're losing.
Ah.
But I'm sure the trophy's yours. Huzzah!
Drink your champagne. You must, because of my depression.
But why are you depressed?
Oh, you make me doubt there's any validity in feminine instincts. A woman is supposed to know when a man is in love with her. Do you think she does?
Well, yes, she must.
Ah.
He was pushing all sorts of expressions into his protuberant eyes, like soft, wet bubbles.
But perhaps describing some things as a woman's instinct is a way of avoiding explanations.
Yes, but love, Anne Veronica.
Ah, yes, love. When one really wants a thing, one is inclined to imagine that the thing is totally out of reach. I do.
Really? Yes, yes. Well, have you ever been to the opera, Anne Veronica?
Not much.
We'll go right now, then.
Oh, I'm in the mood for music. What's on?
Tristan.
I've never seen Tristan and Isolde.
Oh, well, that's settled. Come along, then.
They took a hansom cab to Covent Garden, where, after sitting rather too close to Anne Veronica, Ramage secured one of the discreet upper boxes, a tiny nook. There on the stage, by the masthead of a barbaric ship, stood Isolde and Tristan. They sang about themselves until King Mark jarred in and the sailors got about their business, after which the curtains fell at the end of Act One.
This is a commanding sort of love. By God, Anne Veronica, this stirs one. I wish you and I had drunk that love potion.
Oh, that was was what they were drinking, was it?
I want life beyond measure. I want love. I want always to be young, to be strong, to be devoting my life, and then, after all that, dying quite splendidly.
It makes me want to see the rest of the opera, to see where it goes.
No, we know where it goes.
The second act of Tristan and Isolde intervened. All during the love music, Anne Veronica could feel Ramage twitching with preparation, extending tentacles like something out of the sea, palpating Isolde under Tristan's directions. Ramage grabbed her wrist.
I love you, Anne Veronica. I love you with all my heart and soul.
Don't. Please release my arm.
Oh, my God, Anne Veronica, my God. Tell me you love me.
This isn't the place. Let go.
I love the soles of your feet.
What?
The tips of your toes, the knob of your knees. I love your very breath. I want you. I worship you. Do you hear me?
If I had realized your intentions, I wouldn't have come.
I can't help it. I must speak. Imagine if Wagner had been told to shut up. What would that have done to him? All this music in his brain, the torment. It's unendurable that I love you.
You have a wife.
No. Yes, I do, but no, I don't. Not where it matters.
Please stop
No.
now.
All right. Forgive me. And let us talk about this somewhere private. Somewhere we won't be interrupted. Somewhere this can be resolved.
Yes, agreed.
We are friends?
Yes.
Next evening,
We'll go to a place I know which allows one a private room where we can talk things out to our mutual satisfaction.
they went to the Rococo in Jermyn Street and up the stairs to a landing where a bald waiter, whiskered like a French rear admiral and as discreet as a ghost in a cobweb, ushered them into a tiny apartment. There were flowers. There was an enormous crimson silk-covered sofa.
Odd little room. What an overbearing sofa.
One can talk without undertones. Oh, and here's the soup and the wine. I'm going to talk of indifferent themes until the interruptions of the service are over, and then we shall be together.
We are together now.
So, what did you think of Tristan?
Well, what I could concentrate on, I thought amazingly beautiful.
And Wagner wrote it from a brittle little tale because he had fallen impossibly in love with a rich patroness, in spite of all that is respectable and correct and socially right.
All too quickly, the meal was finished and all the waiting staff hurried quietly away, leaving Ramage to lock the door and pocket the key.
Is that necessary?
Oh, now, no one can blunder in. We two are alone. We two can say and do as we please. I have waited for this.
Her eyes met his 4 inches away, a glaring, monstrous animal of an eye.
Then why don't you sit down? Now the waiting is over. Now we can talk.
No, Anne Veronica.
No, don't! No, Mr. Ramage!
Oh, my darling. Kiss.
No! Oh! How dare you!
Oh, I dare. I must.
I'm warning you. Stop!
Anne Veronica, an ardent hockey player, a tennis player with a terrific serve, a young woman who had completed a course of jiu-jitsu, swung her fist into the soft flesh just beneath Ramage's jawbone and pressed in her knuckles.
I warned you!
Oh, you vixen!
You cad!
I believe you've crushed a gland.
I thought you wanted to have a talk with me. That's what you said.
I wanted to make love to you. You knew it. Women's intuition, you knew it. Oh, my gland is throbbing. I can't think why you attacked me.
I was defending myself.
It's all pulp in my neck. I dare say I'll need an operation.
I am sorry, but what else could I do?
What is the use of keeping up this note of indignation, Anne Veronica? Here I am, your lover, burning for you. I mean to have you. No one will love you like I love you.
Stay where you are, Mr. Ramage.
Yes.
I love somebody else.
Why?
I can't love you.
You love somebody else?
So you see, your touch disgusts me. You as a lover, well, I am repulsed. This isn't the friendship I sought.
You love another? You love another man? So why the devil do you let me stand you dinners and a box at the opera? And why, Anne Veronica, did you accompany me here to this, cabinet particular?
Is that what they call this?
You have a lover whilst I've been keeping you?
You haven't been keeping me.
£40 of keeping you? £40 handed over for your keep. There is no other way to describe it.
You know that's not what it was. It was a loan. You asked for 5% interest.
I kept you. I have rights. They come with the money.
You have my friendship, which I thought you valued. But right now, Mr. Ramage, I want to get out of this nasty little room. Please unlock the door.
Never. I am going to kiss you. I will kiss you.
You will not.
Mind when you swing your hand.
I'm going.
Why do you think I've been doing things for you?
Friendship.
Friendship?
I looked forward to our chats. I was your friend and presumed you were mine.
And does he, your lover, does he know I keep you? You won't have a man's lips near you, but you'll eat off his plate out of his hand and nibble from his wallet.
Mr. Ramage, you are cruel, outrageous, and you understand nothing, and you're horrible. And you will let me out of this room. There are wine glasses awaiting their fate on your arms.
Oh, no, you will hear me out. This lover of yours...
He doesn't know.
Well, you know. You've sealed yourself off from him by accepting my money.
Mr. Ramage, open the door now. These wine glasses fear for their existence.
I can't let you go like this. You don't understand. I love you. I was so mad I did crude things, alarming and senseless things.
All right, but please open the door now.
And then do services for women such as I have done for you and Veronica, and women give of themselves.
Open the door!
There was never any friendship on my part. I bought you.
Goodbye, Mr. Ramage.
When Anne Veronica reached her little bed-sitting room again, every nerve in her body was quivering with shame and self-disgust.
Oh, what am I to do? I'm in a hole. I'm in a filthy mess. Do you hear, Anne Veronica? You're in a filthy, nasty little mess. And over £40. £40! Then I haven't got 20 left. This is what becomes of a young, up-to-date woman. I'm getting to have my doubts about freedom. Oh, the smeariness of the thing. Mauled about, rubbed, gripped and grappled with. He's blobbed my lips with his smeariness. Rub them raw. Oh! I wish somebody would kill Ramage by accident.
After barely an hour's sleep, Anne Veronica went out with her post office savings bank book, telegraphed for a warrant to draw out all the money she had in the world. It amounted to £22, and then she addressed an envelope to Ramage and scrawled,
"The rest will follow,"
on half a sheet of paper. She would keep £2 back so that she could continue at her lodgings for a little while longer and eat very frugally.
£20 returned means he has to relinquish his grip. He has to let go of me. With one of his hands, at least.
For a time that day, the biological laboratory was full of healing virtue. Here was Capes, the man she loved, untainted.
This is a very good drawing of the nucleotides.
Oh, he's so close. I'm a little breathless. Decorum, Anne Veronica, decorum. I don't want to be a female Ramage and find myself unable to resist touching his hand. But he doesn't see me as a woman. I'm a fee-paying student. Oh, and who gave you the fee?
After Capes went through her work, it came to Anne Veronica that the fabric of her life was collapsing. She saw it dyed in carmine and saw how the filaments had thinned and erupted, as though her own body was a net through which her essence was trickling away.
Women need such a lot to make up for how they've been undermined. I suddenly feel myself to be a fleck, sublimated to a vortex made by a man, stirring and stirring with his teaspoon, watching how I fly about, waiting till I've almost settled before twisting me back into the general twirl of his entertainment.
Are you going to come for some tea, Miss Stanley?
Oh, yes, Miss Garvis.
Oh, you have a Votes for Women handbill.
It's something to speculate about.
Ah, Mr. Cates, tea?
Ah, yes, please.
No, women are not made for the great struggle and turmoil of life. Women should understand men's affairs, but not interact. We play the better part by influencing rather than reacting with them.
I cannot agree.
I do agree, Miss Garvis. It's probably not just or fair, but it's how things currently stand. Men are all in a scramble. Women should be in the beautiful recesses, the niche in which the future shelters. The home.
A little pit. A little prison.
Yeah, just as often a refuge. That is how things are. Balfour Beck suggests that legally men are under the heel of women. He advocates rights for men.
And the man stands as the master at the mouth of the cave.
He does.
As sentinel, as captor.
Ah, you forget all the massive training and tradition and instinct that go to make him a tolerable master. Nature is a mother, and her sympathies have always been feminist, and she has tempered the man to the shorn woman.
I wish you could know what it's like to live in a pit. Well, I can't endure it.
Oh?
No man can realise what that pit can be. The way we are led on. We are taught to believe we're free in the world.
Well, we are.
We find out that no man will treat a woman as fairly as man to man. No man will. He wants you or he doesn't.
That is probably true, Miss Stanley, and necessary.
Think of the mockery. Think how we're stifled. I know we seem to have a freedom, but Mr. Capes, have you ever tried to run and jump in a skirt? Well, think what it must be like to live in them. These skirts. Soul and mind and body all hampered. Then men laugh at us.
I wasn't jesting.
Nor was I. All this, I can't endure it. Good afternoon. That was my refuge. That was my niche away from the world. That was my career. Capes stood at the entrance, only because I had installed him there. Now I want air. I want moving and changing things about me. I want to know nothing for the rest of the day. So I'll keep moving. I will walk until I am no longer in a rage.
And Anne Veronica set off from Primrose Hill to Hampstead Heath.
Miss Stanley!
Miss Garvis.
Oh, I thought it was you, Miss Stanley. Oh, I'm glad I've happened upon you. Do you go across the park?
I don't normally, but right now I just want space and air.
I'll walk with you. That is, if you don't mind.
Please do.
Did you leave because of Mr. Capes?
No, not because of him. I've quite a headache.
After you went, he took refuge in the preparation room.
Did he? Did my words do that to him?
He has a habit, a way, of sitting on people. He jumps on the words out of your mouth before you have a chance to express it properly. I suppose he's frightfully clever. He must only be around 30, already a Fellow of the Royal Society. He must have married when he was very young.
Married?
Yes. Didn't you know?
I didn't. It doesn't show.
I thought you knew. We all knew.
No. Why do you all know?
He's separated from his wife. He may be divorced. There was a big scandal. He almost lost his job. I wouldn't have mentioned it, but I thought you knew.
I suppose all men get some entanglement, and anyhow, it doesn't matter to us. This is my way back now. Good night, Miss Garvis.
Oh, I thought we were walking together across the park.
Anne Veronica was sitting brooding over her fire at about 10 o'clock that night when a sealed and registered envelope was brought to her by her landlady.
Thank you.
My dearest girl, I cannot let you do this foolish thing.
Well, you have no say, Ramage. Now she'll throw your note onto the fire and... Yes, he returned all the money I sent. Here are the 2 £10 notes. Well, goodbye to my fetters. Into the fire with the lot of you. Oh, no. The money. I can't burn that. I can't afford to. It's gone. Well, that about finishes it, Anne Veronica. There is only one way out of this. I thought I was just up against Morningside Park, but it turns out I am up against the whole world and the order of things. Life is about chance if you're a man. It's about what you're allowed to keep or act on of chance if you're a woman. What are my choices? What if I married Mr. Manning? He worships me, apparently. Would he allow me air to breathe and a life of my own? No. Men are not a solution. Men are not a means to an end. The Women's Bond of Freedom. The lettering's neat. I like that. Now, where are they? Ah, upstairs, first floor. Hello, I want to inquire.
Suffragettes, next door.
Next door, thank you. Oh dear, is this it? She does look rather tired. I hope it isn't a symptom of suffrage. She's only young.
Right. Hello? Hello. Are you with us?
I don't know. I think I am. But I want to know what you're doing.
My name is Kitty Brett. I hope you haven't come to make difficulties.
And Veronica, I just want to know.
What can you do?
Do?
Can you distribute bills, write letters, interrupt meetings, canvass at elections, face dangers?
If I am satisfied.
If we satisfy you?
Then, if possible, I would like to go to prison.
It isn't nice going to prison.
It would suit me.
It isn't nice getting there.
That's a question of detail.
What are your objections?
Not objections. I just want to know what you're doing. How you think what you do serves women.
We are working for the equal citizenship of men and women. Women have been treated as inferior. We want to make them equals.
One doesn't want to turn the whole thing into a mere sex antagonism.
When women get justice, there will be no sex antagonism. None at all. Until then, we mean to keep on hammering away.
It seems to me that many of a woman's difficulties are economic.
That will follow. That will follow.
I suppose.
Nothing was ever done without a certain element of faith. After we've got the vote and are recognised as citizens, then we can come to all these other things. The vote is the symbol of everything. This is the one movement that brings all women together, irrespective of class, and all for a common purpose. It has given women souls.
Very well. Give me something to do. I don't want to stand and talk any longer. I want to hammer myself against all that pens in women. I shall stifle if I don't do something soon. I cannot endure it.
Then I shall list you for the raid.
The raid?
A raid upon the House of Commons. Go along to 14 Dexter Street, Westminster, and on no account ask a policeman to direct you there. I will be joining you shortly. For the raid.
Half an hour later.
Oh, 14 Dexter Street. This is it. It's a yard belonging to Podgers and Carlo, carriers and furniture removers. Oh, here comes another circumspect woman. I must be in the right place. I'll follow her.
The other circumspect woman entered through a small door, and Anne Veronica followed her into a large cobbled yard, lit by insufficient gaslights and filled with 4 large furniture vans with horses. The women who had already gathered were each given a small slip of paper. Anne Veronica said,
D. Oh, I see. Each of these vans is either A, B, C, or D. It's to make sure we don't all cram into the same vehicle for an equal distribution of troops. This is exactly like Troy.
Get into your allocated van, please.
A man's marshalling us. Surely Kitty Brett could have organised a woman marshal, just to set things off.
When the vans reach the House of Commons entrance, they will stop. 3 raps upon the door. Out you come, but don't bunch together. And you will be dropped by the public entrance. Get into the lobby and try and reach the floor of the House. Remember, when the moment presents itself, you must shout, "Votes for women!"
Well, this should cause some provocation. If I'm not in a police cell by evening, I shall be very disappointed.
The women were set down beside the august seat of empire. They emerged from the valiantly impertinent vans, a struggling rush of ominous, somberly dressed and determined women, women at war with the universe. Anne Veronica was at their very forefront as they entered the House of Commons.
The expectant calm of Westminster is ended.
Votes for women! Votes for women!
Then, most horribly, Anne Veronica was clasped about the waist from behind and lifted from the ground. She had never experienced anything so disagreeable in her life.
Put you on the pavement outside, miss. Come on, that's it.
Put me down!
Come on.
Put me down!
You be off now, missy. This ain't no place for you. Go on, get along.
No! No!
That's it. Now, off home with you.
I won't go home. I won't!
Hey, steady on. No shoving back now. Come on.
You
Off
have
go.
to take me!
I'm warning you. That's it. Right.
And Anne Veronica was arrested.
Well, Anne Veronica...
Smith,
I can't imagine what your parents must be thinking to let you get into these scrapes. I doubt you know the derivation of the word suffrage. And you're a good-looking, strong, respectable girl. And it's a pity you silly young women can't find something better to do with your exuberance.
And your silly man's attitude is exactly the reason I'm here in the first place.
So, Anne Veronica Smith, your choice of punishment is either to be bound over in one surety for the sum of £40.
There it is again, £40. That seems to be the selling price of a woman.
Yes, £40, or a month's imprisonment.
Prison, please. I'd like to go to prison.
Prison was beastly. Bathed in somebody else's dirty bath water, her body washed by a wardress since they didn't seem to trust her to wash herself, and then given an ex-inmate's dirty clothes to wear. Even the underwear she was issued bore the stains of other wearers. Having known what small and busy life forms any kind of detritus nurtured, having watched them proliferate in mere moments beneath a microscope, Anne Veronica felt her skin crawl as the small elements began to colonize. The cell, too, was filthy, not the white-tiled, spotless niche she'd been expecting, but a veritable pit. Grey ochre with human sweat and human grease. A mop and bucket had not passed that way for at least 10 years. A young woman in the next cell to her was noisy and enthusiastic. It was Kitty Brett.
Not be silenced! Miss Brett? Who's that? Miss Smith. Anne Veronica. Your newest recruit.
Well, you wanted imprisonment. How are you liking it?
I wouldn't mind it, but for the dirt. I must put everything in order.
What needs sorting, Miss Smith?
What I do when I leave prison. I'm inclined to go back home.
And take the battle with you?
And, yes, perhaps. But I think I will need to sign some kind of truce.
Don't give up our fights.
I shan't. It's just that I may have to be a little clandestine about it. I've hurt my father, my Aunt Molly. I've made no one happy.
Don't be too hard on yourself. We are the oppressed.
Yes.
Good night, Miss Smith. Is that your real name? Smith?
No, it's Stanley.
Anne Veronica endured many long and sleepless nights in prison.
I'll write to my father. I'll go home. There's no alternative. Not now I understand what men mean by friendship. I'm not giving up. Retreat, reconvene, amass the wherewithal. Oh, what is a wherewithal? I'll find my wherewithal and install myself in a future with comparative anatomy at its core and a great parade of wonders. My dear father, I have been thinking hard about everything since I was sent to prison. All these experiences have taught me a great deal about life and realities. I see that compromise is more necessary to life than I ignorantly supposed it to be.
1 month later...
Free again! Aunt Molly! Aunt Molly! Is that you in that veil?
Oh, yes, dear. Oh, I'm afraid I'm all caught up in this...
A victory parade! Oh, how lovely to see you.
Anne Veronica's Aunt Molly, being a little confused about what was official and what was merely a rebellious slight upon our national justice, found herself involved in a triumphal procession by open wagonette to the Vindicator Vegetarian Restaurant and was specifically and personally cheered by a small crowd outside the rendezvous. They eventually reached home in the early afternoon after settling things at Anne Veronica's lodgings.
We must never let your father know we went to the Vindicator vegetarian restaurant in a great triumph of law-breaking.
It was very tiring.
We'll have buttered toast and tea. Your poor cheeks are quite sunken. Pinch them for colour before you speak to your father.
Both father and daughter had dropped the initial rather elaborate politeness they had exchanged over the dinner table. Now both faces wore almost identical lines of willfulness and a certain hardness that made every compromise a bargain and every charity a discount.
And so you have been thinking?
Yes, Father.
Well, I wish you'd thought about all these things before these bothers began.
One has to live and learn.
As long as you learn.
I suppose you've no objection to my continuing to study at Imperial College?
Not if it will keep you busy.
The fees are paid till the end of the session, and the work's essential for the BSc exam.
As long as you keep in harmony with home.
Being away from home has cost money.
I thought you would find that out.
I did. In fact, Daddy, I got a little into debt.
Never.
Well, lodgings and things. I left with nothing, and I had to pay my fees at college. I couldn't find work. If I'd had worked as a seamstress for threepence an hour, I'd have had to sew without sleep for a year to be able to afford the cost of studying. Besides, my landlady kept all my room while I was in prison.
Your Aunt Molly said that you had some money.
I pawned my pearl necklace and my watch. And I borrowed. I had to.
Who from?
The Widgetts?
So you advertised our difficult relations pretty generally.
They knew anyway, because of the dance.
How much do you owe?
£15.
I'll pay it, but I do hope this is the end of your adventures. Nobody can do what they like in this world. Everywhere there are limitations.
I have learnt that lesson, Father.
£15?
Where will I find the other 25?
Ah, well, that's good.
Well, here goes for the new life.
Here goes for the new life.
The chance had gone. She needed £40. She had lied to her father and she was to have £15 and no more. It was impossible to return anything less than the full amount to Ramage.
I shouldn't have burnt that £20. I should have sent it straight back to Ramage. Now he'll think I kept it and on his terms. His terms. And tomorrow I shall see Capes again, with all this scattered like debris between us. And he's married. He had all this debris, and I couldn't see it.
Anne Veronica opened the door and breathed in the distinctive smell of the comparative anatomy laboratory. Reagents, preserving alcohol, and books warmed by sunlight and by electric light, and over the books flickered small motes like stray thoughts or the ghosts of nucleotides.
I expected you this morning.
I think it is very good of me to come this afternoon.
I began to be afraid you might not come at all.
Afraid?
Yes. I'm glad you're back for all sorts of reasons. I didn't understand you were so keenly interested in the suffrage question. I offended you.
When?
I was rude and stupid. We were talking about the suffrage, and I rather scoffed.
Veronica!
She's coming on, Miss Garvis. You're altering us all. The campaign's a success. A man is so apt to take a woman a little too lightly unless they remind him now and then not to, and you did.
Then I didn't waste my time in prison altogether.
Oh, to think you were going to do it and never said a word. You are a little thin, but except for that, you look better than ever. Was it very horrible? I tried to get to the police court, but the crowd was ever so big.
I don't think you saw me, but I was waiting your triumphant release in the Vindicator vegetarian restaurant.
You were? Where?
I saw you.
How could I not have seen you?
It was a very busy room.
If only I had seen you.
There were too many speeches being given to have been able to chat, but I was there. I wanted to be there.
She loved Capes, and he was now extremely interested in her. But he was married, and she was determined not to damage what they had, which was an entire and lovely friendship. That evening, Anne Veronica stepped out of her second-class compartment of the train and saw Ramage emerge from first class a little ahead of her.
No! Miss Stanley!
Miss Stanley!
Mr. Manning!
Out of relief, thankful from being shielded from Ramage, Anne Veronica smiled at Mr. Manning, and Mr. Manning's radiation increased.
Oh, I missed the hour of your release, but I was at the Vindicator Vegetarian Restaurant. You did not see me. I was among the common herd in the place below, but I took great care to see you.
Of course. You're converted?
Oh, yes. All those splendid women ought to have the vote. Rather. May I walk with you?
Rather. And let us discuss how women might secure an equality of life.
Which is the topic of the hour, Miss Stanley.
And the brightness Capes had diffused over the world glorified his rival, and Anne Veronica found that she liked Manning extremely, and determined to become engaged to him through the prompting of a medley of motivations that were at war in her.
Did you think of me during your dark hours?
You were a glimmer, Mr. Manning.
Like Tennyson's The Gleam.
More like the glimmer of a tennis ball, lobbed at me by your obliging serve.
Tennis?
Tennis, yes. I imagined you and I were playing tennis. There was really very little else to do except imagine, so I imagined we had endless games of tennis.
Oh, well, let us make those saving glimmers a reality. Let us have our games of tennis, Miss Stanley, if you so wish.
Anne Veronica arranged for the match to take place the following day on the trim courts that her father had installed in the garden.
Game, set, and match, Miss Stanley.
We've only played one game, Mr. Manning.
And all the rest of the games we will play are curled up in its core, like an acorn housing a great oak. And you deserve a crown of oak leaves.
I've committed faults, Mr. Manning. Stumbled over the line, lost my balance.
Well, as have we all. Oh, let us sit down for a moment. Love all. Or is it one love,
You once asked me to be engaged to you, Mr. Manning.
I still want to lay all my life at your feet.
I don't love you.
Well, perhaps that love is only sleeping. How can you know?
I think I'm a cold-blooded person, and you have been very kind to me.
I would give my life for you.
Anne Veronica warmed towards Manning. He was courteous. Life would be very good with his kindliness and sacrifice about her. His chivalry would leave her free to live her own life. He would rejoice with infinite generosity in every detail of her irresponsive being. She would never love him as she loved Capes, of course, but there are grades and qualities of love.
It seems unfair to take all you offer and give so little in return.
Oh, we are not traders looking for equivalents.
You know I do not really want to marry you.
No.
I feel so unworthy.
Well, I'm the judge of that.
Would you wait for me?
As my lady wills.
Would you let me go on studying for a time?
If you order patience.
It is so difficult.
You like me?
I'm grateful to you.
Well, and we played so many sets of tennis in your imagination when you were in prison.
And that, of course.
Oh, you are the most perfect, the most glorious of created beings. Tender, frank, intellectual, brave, beautiful, like Pallas Athene. You are all the slender goddesses, and I am your servitor. Oh, let us be engaged. Well, let me engage myself. That is all I ask.
You are too good for me.
Oh, then you will?
Yes.
Oh, I have to stand up, or I shall shout. Oh, let us walk about. Da 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 da. Da. Oh, may I seal our future bliss with a kiss?
Don't.
Oh, forgive me, but I'm at singing pitch.
Then why not sing?
Oh, wait till the sun shines, Nellie. When the clouds go drifting by, we will be so happy, Nellie, don't you sigh?
When Anne Veronica renewed her attendance at the Imperial College, the third finger of her left hand was adorned with a very fine old ring with dark blue sapphires, a Manning family heirloom.
I have been sitting at my microscope and angling my hand so that the sapphires in my new engagement ring twinkle like several planet Venuses ascendant in the night sky. Would you say that men are blind to rings? Then give me strength to pursue a more emphatic course of action. Here's Capes now. Courage.
Mr. Capes, are these ordinary sapphires? Let me slip off my ring. Here.
I'm generally ignorant of gems. Is it an old ring?
Yes. It's an engagement ring.
Odd. Yeah, I suppose I ought to congratulate you. The fact is, well, this takes me by surprise. You go to prison as a suffragette. Now, I hadn't connected the idea with you. Let me take you for a cup of tea in the Zoological Gardens.
Now?
Now. We can, as friends, ponder a point of morphological interest about the toucans, Bill. We can also discuss the comparative morphology of love into friendship. For we are only in the dawn of the age of friendship when interests, I suppose, will take the place of passion.
He said more than a little insincerely, if only she'd known it. They watched the chimpanzees in the new ape's house.
Oh, look at its wonderful leaps and somersaults.
Yes, I wonder which of us enjoys that most, does he or we?
He seems to get a zest. It is very good to be alive.
It's better to know life than to be life.
One can do both.
Let's go see the warthog.
2 days later, at the Imperial College Laboratory, just as Capes was going through some perplexities of the metaphysical treatment of the skulls of hyrax and a young African elephant, Manning arrived. Anne Veronica's ring ceased to be the symbol of liberty and began to assume the token of her biggest life blunder.
Manning.
I want to take you out to tea.
I'm just cleaning up.
Look at all your dreadful scientific things. Wish I understood more of biology, or you understood less.
Right, I'm ready now.
Although Capes had failed to notice Anne Veronica's engagement ring until she took it off to show him, he could not avoid her fiancé's towering, portentous, eager, shapely, handsome body and its great, controlling, exclusive proprietorship of Anne Veronica. Capes made his way to the preparation room and shut the door.
Damn! 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 The fool I have been! Ass! Damned ass! Muck-headed moral ass! I ought to have done anything. I should have done something. What's a man for? Friendship! The age of friendship! See, I've smashed up weeks' worth of work, and that's nothing. Nothing! I've smashed up my lifetime. My lifetime. My last possible chance.
Well, here, do. By the window. I suppose we have nothing to talk about. But we can sit as models for a painting. I shall show you off. My slender goddess.
I'm anything but a goddess, you know.
Oh, you are to me. You can't imagine what you are to me and what you mean to me.
I think you don't realise that I'm a defective human being.
Well, they say there are spots on the sun. Not for me. It warms me and lights me and fills my world with flowers.
I think it would be useful for you to see my faults.
Nonsense. I don't believe them. They are just a joyous softening of the outline. More beautiful than perfection.
She realized she was just a mannequin for her lover's imagination, and that he cared no more for the realities of her being, for the things she felt and desired, than a child cares for the sawdust in its doll. She was the actress his whim had chosen to play a passive part. It was one of the most educational disillusionments in Anne Veronica's career. Suddenly, the thought of Capes flooded her being like sunlight breaking through clouds.
Mr. Manning, I have a confession to make.
I wish you'd use my Christian name.
Anne Veronica realized that she didn't know what it was. She had never thought to ask.
I don't think our engagement can go on.
Now, not go on. Oh, you mean to marry me sooner?
No, I thought it was a possible arrangement. I did think it could be done. I admired your chivalry.
Go on.
I don't love you.
Oh, that's old news.
Mr. Manning, I love someone else.
I feel I've been shot. My God!
Shh.
My God! You don't understand that, Veronica. This shatters my world. Why did you ever let me love you? Why did you let me peep through the gates of paradise? Is this a joke of yours?
No.
My God!
He's married. Nothing will come to pass. But I love him with no room to love another.
I'm taking this calmly now because I'm a little stunned. But tell me, has this man dared to make love to you?
I wish he had.
Oh, I would grab him by the throat. And this doesn't seem to me to be the end of things. I'm persistent. I'm like the dog you turn out of a room who will wait at the door for the next opportunity to be let in again. That's me. And this is my prophecy. I will make you love me until he has faded into memory.
No, I'm sorry, but this is the end. And if this appears to be cruel, I think it would have been far crueler for us to continue.
I see. Can I have my ring back?
What?
The engagement ring. It's a family heirloom.
Ah, yes, of course. Here.
Thank you.
Ah, hello, Miss Stanley. Was that your fiancé?
No, Miss Garvis. I, too, had mistaken him for a fiancé, but it turns out that he is not.
Ah, I see. Mr. Capes is in the preparation room. After you left, well, you see for yourself. He's still cleaning up.
Cleaning up? Oh, Mr. Capes, what a mess.
Miss Stanley, yes, I had an accident. Few accidents, in fact.
Mr. Capes, what is the use of pretending? I have broken off my engagement. It's a bother and disturbance, but...
Yeah, I thought you weren't keeping up to the mark.
But you see, I've fallen in love. I mean, not with the man I was engaged to.
I see.
Do you?
What do you want?
You.
You don't know much about me.
Something, not much.
You know about my scandalous past?
Nothing more than that. That it's scandalous. It doesn't seem to matter.
Oh, it does, and profoundly. I was in the divorce court as a co-respondent. You understand that term?
I read novels.
To know things by name is one thing, to know them by living them is different. That is where life takes advantage of youth. You don't understand.
Perhaps I don't, then.
And the difficulty is that if I told you the facts, you'd explain the whole business as being fine and honourable for me. The higher morality, it wasn't.
I don't deal in higher things, or lower for that matter. I don't classify. Flesh and flowers are all alike to me. Go on.
I married young. I loved my wife. We were happy at first, but I don't think she ever loved me back as I did her. Well, after a while there came a fever in my blood. These things aren't supposed to happen. They leave them out of the novels. My poor wife. You women are reared so differently. The spirit of physical love, of eros, is subdued, if not destroyed in so many of you. Yeah, I formed a relationship elsewhere. I committed adultery with the wife of a friend. Was shabby, stupid, furtive. And my friend found out. He divorced his unfaithful wife. How do you like that story?
It is as it is. How can I like or dislike it?
My wife insisted on a separation. She has money of her own. There was no squabble, only one doesn't go about with those passions allayed simply because they have made a wreckage and scandal. One has a craving in one's blood, roused and cut off from its emotional side, and a man has more freedom to do evil than a woman. I am unromantic and vicious. It isn't what I have been, but what I am. My honor is in my scientific work and public discussion and the things I write. Lots of us are like this, smirched, damaged goods for the sort of lovemaking that you presume. I've muddled it. I've lost my chance. You're as clean as fire.
Well?
You must think it over. We shall be the best friends in all the world, whatever you decide.
I know. I have thought this through endlessly. And I want you. I want you for a lover. I will take the bow from Eros and fire it at you myself.
You are just necessary to life for me. We can't marry.
I don't care if we marry. Scandal. There is no scandal for a pair of comparative anatomists. No high nor low. One studies nature so as not to be ruled by her. Dare.
I dare. Blood of my heart.
My love, we shall have life like the sky. I have never felt so absolutely right. Oh, there is one thing. Sorry.
What's that, my darling?
You'll need to lend me £40.
4 years and 3 months later, Mr. and Mrs. Capes stood on their old hearth rug lit by shaded electric lights.
Here they are.
Ready?
Do you know, I've never seen my father dining out before. I have never been able to think of him as an equal until now.
They will look so much smaller to you. Yet will you be the one to tell them you are expecting our child?
Oh, yes. I've been rehearsing it. Plain saying seems best. I shall go, Father, you are to be a grandfather. Aunt Molly, a great aunt. And then I'll pause and watch whilst the news takes effect and they take measure of a brighter, bigger world.
They can't fail to see how well you look.
I do, don't I? Father!
Veronica.
Aunt Molly!
Hello, my dear.
The dinner was an admirable success. From the clear golden soup to the very sound port wine into which Mr. Stanley stared, as if to advance his thoughts.
But now our guests are gone. The great dears.
It's odd. They've changed. And to think we might have given it up for them. And when I told her, Aunt Molly said, whatever you do, look after your hair.
Oh, V, my love. Oh, what is it?
I will have to fight again and again, but I shall be a loving mother. And I shall be myself. And I will not subside. I want life like the sky. And the common things and the secondary things shan't overwhelm me.
Blood of my heart. I understand.
And Veronica was Amy Hoggart. The narrator, H.G. Wells, was Bill Nighy. Mr. Stanley, Jeffrey Whitehead. Mr. Ramage, Jonathan Keeble. And Aunt Molly and Miss Garvis was Ruth Alexander Rubin. Mr. Manning was Toby Haydoke. Kitty Brett, Verity Henry. And Mr. Capes, Henry DeVass. And Veronica, by H.G. Wells, was dramatised by Lavinia Murray and directed in Salford by Pauline Harris.
Welcome to GoldenAgeRadio.com, rumble.com/C/GAR. Brand new episodes every week. Visit VeteransRadioMinistry.com to listen to more episodes like
Papers about Alfred. I suppose I'll have to tidy 'em up again.
I'm looking for me hat.
Oh, here it is. Why didn't you say? Hold still.
No,
there.
No.
Now what is it?
Don't feel right.
Looks all right to me, same as usual.
Same as usual. That's what's wrong. I want me new golf cap, not me old felt.
You could angle it over the other eye.
I suppose you'd like me to wear this silly mud pie forever, eh? I tell you I won't. I'm sick of it. I'm pretty near sick of everything, come to that. Hat!
Oh, that's right. Kick it across the room. Play football with it. You'd better go out.
Shan't go out.
Tantrums, I haven't patience. I give you a good lunch, cold pork and taters, and then mixed pickles you're so fond of. I didn't see you say no to them. Cold treacle pudding and a nice bit of cheese and a jug full of beer. Seems there's no pleasing some people.
Oh.
Oh, so you had your new cap in your pocket all the time. That's typical of you, Alfred. Head in the clouds. No sense of business, of getting on, of improving the shop like the neighbours.
Don't talk to me of neighbours. I hate the lot of them.
And don't it show? Tantrums!
Horrible, beastly, silly wheeze of a hole. Oh, you'll never understand, Mrs. P. I hate the High Street, and Fishbourne, and you. And I hate myself. Life. Oh, there it goes again. Civil war in the innit. This way, that way, like an industrious dispute. Every blessed afternoon, every blessed day. Rotten, beastly, silly how. How did I come to be in gentleman's society?
All the candles at one go, Alfred. Now take a deep breath. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, one more. 7. Good boy. Oh, your poor dear mother would have liked to have seen that. Oh, well, mooning won't bring her back, eh? Let's have your plate, and after you've eaten your birthday cake, you get your boots cleaned for school.
Now, Alfred, remember your tables. 7 sevens are 49. So 7 eights are...
63?
Tables, Alfred, tables. What does make 63?
9 eights?
When I was your age, Alfred, when I was 12, I was earning my own living. Let's have some more tea. But I've got a surprise. A real present for you. One that your poor dear mother would have liked if she hadn't been took. You're gonna be finished off.
Oh, don't.
Leave that there national school and go to Mr. Morley's private academy.
Aye?
French, bookkeeping and good copperplate handwriting. What do you say to that?
Copper plate, Master Polly. Copper plate. The downstroke is thick, the upstroke thin. No, no, no. Point the handle of the pen over your right shoulder.
Aye?
Now, right. That, Polly, is a blot. Blotting paper, boy, blotting paper. Ah, no wonder. Another penny dreadful. Attention, class. Give it to me, boy.
Yes, sir.
And what ridiculous flight of fancy have we been indulging in this time, Master Polly? Gold in the Amazon. Hunters and explorers in Africa. Explorers, Polly, must learn the rudiments of geography. You, I seem to remember, named Freetown as the capital of Ethiopia. Missionary among the heathens. Converts whole nation to the Christian faith. Oh, an admirable task. But until you can distinguish clearly with the eye, write cleanly with the pen, and pronounce distinctly with the tongue, I despair of your converting the meanest Hottentot. We will have to encourage you, boy. Stand up here.
Yes, sir.
The downstroke thick, Master Polly.
Kids. They grow up fast, Mr. Morley. It's time that dratted boy of mine did something for a living.
Ah, well, I may be able to help you, Mr. Polly.
Oh?
Yes, my old friend Mr. Garvis wrote to me a day or two ago. He is the senior partner in a large department store. Sells everything from pianos to millinery. Yes, he informed me that he has vacancies for 1 or 2 apprentices in the gentleman's outfitting, and wondered whether I knew of any likely lads. It would suit your boy, I would say.
Suit him? Suit him? He'd better suit it, more like.
Then you would like me to put his name forward?
Indeed I would, Mr. Morley. And thank you very much. Where did you say this place was?
The Port Burdock Drapery Bazaar at Port Burdock.
I don't feel any different now I'm an assistant to what I did as an apprentice, except their wages. Not pocket money, Platt, old man, wages, and more of it.
Yes. Little of the sugar don't come amiss. Oh, Garvace, pat you on the head, Polly?
Yeah, he knew all about us. Here, you're great friends with Platt and Parsons, he said. You're called the 3 Ps. Devilish dogs, I dare say.
He's right enough there. Anything else?
Something about hope for a long association with the Drapery Bazaar.
I know. Your 3 years indenture have been but the short first stage of what could be 30 years fruitful association with this august emporium.
That's what he said to me, exactly. August Emporium.
Most certainly not one of the Caesars, more like the god of merchandise. Decide where to spend your ill-gotten gains, eh?
Rude benevolent, Parsons. Platt was being panjandrumish.
There's a young woman just arrived at Thurston's chemist. Oh, she has an air. She has a mystery.
Not a time for mystery for the demi-monde, no. We've got gold in our pockets and a thirst in our throats.
And then a song or two, eh? Wake up the dogs.
Later, Polly, later. First a drink, and then the play.
The play?
At the Royal. Romeo and Juliet. Oh, now, there's a love for you, Platt. Yes, yes. I conjure thee, by Rosaline's bright eyes, by her high forehead and her scarlet lip, by her fine foot, straight leg and quivering thigh, and the domains that there adjacent lie, that in thy likeness thou appear to us.
We can do with less of that, please, Parsons. Chuck it, Morrison. We've got a perfect right to do what we like in our corner of the room. You do what you like in yours.
Quite right, Platt. We don't object to their prayers and Bible reading.
But the language.
Language, man? Why, it's literature.
Somewhat questionable, I would say.
Oh, Morrison, there is more joy to be had from Shakespeare...
And Rabelais and Boccaccio.
Right, Polly. And Rabelais and Boccaccio. From all those old prophets and kings and judges.
You are confusing theology with literary comparison.
There's always the Song of Solomon.
Not in the manner you would sing it, Platt. I see I will have to go out.
Oh, hang on a mo, Morrison. We'll be off in a jiffy. You had him there, Platt.
He's a confounded hypocrite.
He's no hypocrite. He's no hypocrite, old man. But he's got no blessed joy de vivre. That's what's wrong with him. Right, down to the Harbour Arms, and then on to Verona.
I'm a little short of the sugar, old man.
You're welcome to mine, old man.
Let me get my pipe on, then I'm with you.
Anyone see my stick? Where's my stick gone?
Oh, here.
Ah, thanks, Polly, old man. Don't ram the backy down, Platt, old man. Don't ram it down. Give it air, you know. Air. Right. Ready the 3 Ps? Morrison, I conjure thee by Rosaline's fair skin ever to let the words of authors in...
Do you bite your thumbs ever, sir?
We bite our thumbs.
Oh, that performance was the most rhapsodical I remember. I remember it clear as clear.
6 months ago, ma'am. Company will be back next month. Antony and Cleopatra. Now there's an amour.
The barge she sat in, like a burnished throne, burned on the water. The poop was beaten gold, purple the sails, and so perfumed that the winds were lovesick at 'em.
Oh, eloquent verbal juice, Parsons, old man. Almost see it. Out there, at sea.
Now, Nice little places. Fishbourne. Good for business, I would say, Polly, old man. Clean, sandy beach. Nice little village. Pleasant high street. Bright hotel. Satisfying lunch.
Bit heavy on the sugar, old man.
Oh, we had celery, Platt. Don't ram the baccy in too tight, old man. Give it air.
You ready, Platt, old man? Oh, Parsons is waiting for us downstairs.
Just get my pipe and baccy.
What on earth are you two wearing?
Wearing? How do you mean, Morrison?
Those boots.
Ah, we got them from Froggett's Boots. Our ordinary boots aren't up to country walking.
The amount we do, we need something strong and tough.
You're surely not going out in them.
Why not?
They're working men's hobnails.
We can't afford to have them made to measure, you know.
But you can't go around like navvies.
We're not wearing them on duty.
But it's not right, Polly. You're lowering the tone of the establishment.
Aren't you two ready? We're wasting the best of the day.
You're coming, Parsons, old man.
We leave the tone of the Emporium in your safekeeping, Morrison. On our way, Polly.
Right, you are, old man.
What on earth they see in tramping about the countryside, I shall never know.
There you are, gentlemen. 3 pints.
Ah, thank you. Do with this. Got a thirst up. Well, here's to you, Polly, old man.
Here's to you, Parsons, old man.
Here's to you, Platt, old man.
The 3 Ps. Best part of the day.
I don't agree, Polly, old man. All of it good, but this sets the seal, binds it all together.
If you gentlemen walked across from Port Burdock, you'll have an appetite on you then.
As sharp as our thirst.
Good. Well, young Mary's just put your supper on the table.
Come on, old man. Stand not upon our order of setting to.
Ah, there we are, all laid out for us. Cold beef and pickles, that's for you, Polly, old man. Fried ham and eggs for Parsons and me.
Oh.
Bread, gentlemen.
Right, thanks, miss. Hey, don't bag all the crust, old man.
Jug of shandy gaff, gentlemen.
Ah, good. Yeah, I'll take that.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You may say what you like, Parsons, old man. This is the best part of the day.
And you go walking together every Sunday?
Sundays, holidays, any day that's free.
You must know these parts very well by now.
I suppose we do, Mary, but we don't follow any set route. We just follow our fancy. Take any path as long as it looks interesting.
You've never been here before?
No. And it's our loss, isn't it, old man?
If we'd known the company was to be so interesting, Mary, we'd have been here long ago.
Right-ho, we would.
When I heard you call yourself the 3 Ps, I didn't think it was to do with your names at all.
What did you think of?
You're sure you want me to tell you?
Oh, your every word is music to our ears, dear young lady.
I thought of vegetables.
Vegetables?
Yes, you know, beans and peas and...
And potatoes and turnips.
Oh, no. No, those are dull vegetables. Good, solid and dull.
And we're not, eh?
Of course not. We're peas. Sweet peas. Tell me, Mary, which one do you think is the sweetest?
Not you, Mr. Parsons.
Me, then. It must be me.
Oh, no, not you, Mr. Platt.
Oh.
Then it's Polly, old man. Oh, the lucky devil.
No, it's not Mr. Polly.
Oh.
You're sweet all together.
Ah!
The 3 sweet peas.
Sounds like a turn on the halls. Come to think of it, we are a turn when it comes to singing. Now, old Polly here, he makes a flat sort of lowing noise.
And you, old man, roar like a bull.
Oh, really?
And Mr. Platt?
Oh, he's a tenor.
A tenor? That's romantic.
Are your secrets out? Confess now, it's me you prefer. My honey tones have won you.
Don't listen to honeyed tones, Mary. Listen to the heart of a poet. Oh, how do I love thee. Let me count the ways.
He's off. Eloquent rhapsodies.
That's Mother. I must go.
Oh, must you?
I should have gone long before, only...
Only one of us kept you. Which of us is it?
Mary! Goodbye.
It was a simple, direct manner I liked.
A girl in a million. I think she favoured me.
Oh, me? Surely, Parsons, old man.
Not at all, Platt, old man. No, the way she blushed at my poetry. Oh, step out, Polly, old man. We've a way to go. Listen.
Sweet peas. Sweet peas. Here, by the orchard.
Mary. We thought you'd gone, young Mary.
I've wanted to give you these apples. One for each of you.
Thank you, Mary.
Right out, thanks. Thank you, my dear.
Or you'll come again someday, won't you?
Of course we will.
Next Sunday, for sure.
Good. Goodbye.
Polly, old man, I agree with you. This was the best part of the day.
I wonder why she wasn't there this Sunday. Do you think she forgot?
No, never. It was her mother. Kept her away.
You don't know it was her mother.
I'd lay my last sovereign that old Gorgon of forbidding aspect was her mother. She had that self-righteous aura of having preserved her young Mary from our desperate attentions. And talking of the self-righteous, why are you looking so worried, Morrison?
I've just heard there might be 1 or 2 changes in haberdashery. But I don't think there'll be any in soft furnishings or gentlemen's outfitting.
Oh, I should think not, Morrison. There's one thing about my position here. I can dress a window. Yes, old Fluffums...
That's no way to speak of Mr. Garvace, Parsons.
Old Fluffums will think twice before he gets rid of the one man in this place who can make the Manchester window tell. You see, the art of window dressing is in its infancy, old man, in its blooming infancy. All balance and stiffness. No joy in it, no blooming joy. Conventional. A shop window ought to get hold of people, to grip 'em as they go along, which stands to reason. Grip! And do they grip? No!
He's got a heavy on. Go it, old man. Let's have some more of it.
Well, look at your dress stuff windows, Morrison. Tidy, tasteful, correct, I grant you, but bleak. Bleak! Bleak! Yes, bleak! Just pieces of stuff in rows. Rows of tidy little puffs. Perhaps one bit just unrolled, you know. Quiet tickets.
Might as well be in church, old man.
That is how a window should look.
No. A window ought to be exciting. It ought to make you say, hello, when you see it.
Rococchio.
We want a new school of window dressing. A new school. The Port Burdock School. Now, day after tomorrow, I change the Fitzallen Street stuff. And this time, it's going to be a change. I mean to have a crowd or bust. You know what?
What?
I've been timid, oh man. I've been holding myself in. I haven't done myself justice. I've kept down the simmering, seething, teeming ideas. But all that's over now.
Over?
Over for good and all, oh man.
Your change, sir. And your receipt. Thank you. Good day, sir. Good morning.
Polly?
Platt, old man. What you doing here?
Parsons is doing his blooming window.
What window?
His window. Fitzallen Street, the Manchester goods, what he said. You ought to see.
But I can't leave the department. Old Mansfield's in charge.
Oh, pretend you've to go to the office. I've brought the message.
Vaccio. Street door through the silks.
Street door. You must see it from outside. Come on. Come on.
Mr. Polly, where are you going?
Little dog. Urgent. Lord, Polly, have you seen so many blankets unfolded? It's more like shied 'em out, really.
The higher Grugius is fairly on. Still, it does make a sort of warm disorder, all that woolly richness piled up.
But the window ticket, old man. Cosy comfort at cut prices? Well, it's not sale time.
He's putting up another. Curl up and cuddle below cost.
Bit strong, I'd say.
Electrician's artful aid.
All the same, it's a bit strong. Parsons! Parsons, old man, that's too much. Take it down.
Can't hear you, Platt. Throes of inspiration, glass too thick anyhow. Talk to him inside.
As fast as we can. Here comes old Fluffums.
Now, the grey silesia on the linen dustring.
Parsons, old man. Parsons.
Parsons. A minute, Polly, old man. I must get the bleak background hung to throw the warmth of the blankets into contrast.
But it's old Fluffums, Mr. Garvace.
Good. I must just get 3 more hooks on, and then he'll see the full effect.
Get behind here, Polly. Quick.
Here he comes.
Whoa!
What on earth do you think you're doing with that window, Parsons?
Dressing it, sir, on new lines.
Come out of it. Come out of it, Parsons. Now, where's Mr. Morrison? Morrison!
Yes, Mr. Garbage, sir.
Morrison, take this window over. Take all this muddle out and dress it properly.
I beg your pardon, sir, but this is my window.
Take it all out. Come out of the window, Parsons. You can't dress it. If you want to play the fool with the window...
This window is all right.
Go right in, Morrison.
You leave my window alone, Morrison.
Get him out.
You leave me alone, Morrison. And you, Mr. Garvey.
Do you know who you're talking to? Get in the window, Morrison.
Yes, Mr. Garvey.
Get out, Morrison. Ah! And you, Fluffums?
Oh, I've been struck. He struck me with my own tweed.
You say I can't dress a window, you thundering old humbug?
Oh!
And take your rotten old stuff. Here. And here.
Get him out of the window. He's mad. He's dangerous. Get him out of the water.
Take good shot, Parsons. Are you mad, Polly? Oh, come on, you men. Oh, Somerville. Oh, help me. Parsons, oh, magnificent old man. Man now.
They floored him, Polly. Down the old man. Oh, he put up a rare show.
You can let me up, Morrison. Oh,
What got into you, Parsons?
you. You annoyed me.
I'll do my best for you, Parsons, old man.
Thank you, old man.
But I know I'll be a bad witness. I know myself. I'm in a blue funk.
It's not you that's on trial, Polly.
Oh, that plateau, man. I'm still in a sweat. Is it producery to make a slip? I don't want to produce myself.
No need to do that. Just remember it was Morrison's fault. He shouldn't have taken...
No, Platt, he was all right, old man. According to his lights. It isn't him I complain of. I shall have to pay a fine. It's no good trying to get out of it. It's true. I hit him. I hit him on the head. About here.
You could take out a cross summons.
Oh, what's the good of a cross summons, Plateau Man? With Corks the chemist and the house agent and all that on the bench? No. Humble pie. That's my meal tomorrow, old man. Humble pie. But Lord, what a life it is. 10:35, a man trying to do his duty. Mistaken, perhaps, but doing his best. 10:40, ruined. Ruined, yes, ruined like an earthquake, like a blooming earthquake.
You ought to go round with a show, old man.
Likely to get another crib, ain't I? With assaulted the governor on my reference. I suppose so. He won't give me a reference. Hard enough to get a crib at the best of times.
Yes, well, see you after the court. Good luck, old man.
Polly, old man, is Parsons with you? Went well for him. Court was on his side, I'd say. Want to shake his hand?
Oh, man. Oh, man.
His cubicle's empty. No gear. No bag. Where's he gone? Polly, answer a fella.
This was on his bed.
Dear old man, you spoke up well for me in court, so did Morrison in his way. I bear him no grudge, and I was guilty. I wanted to come in and say goodbye, but old Fluffums wouldn't have it, so I'm taking myself to the department store's slave market, Wood Street by St. Paul's Churchyard. They've been grand 5 years with you fellows, those Sunday walks and stopping at inns and talking about everything. Love, life and literature. Joy de vivre. It's up to you 2Ps to keep it going. I'll write when I get fixed. Do you suck your thumb, sir? Gone already. You all right, old man?
I bit on that beastly tooth of mine. It made me eyes water. Something chronic. Anyone might think I've been piping the eye by the look of me. It won't be the same, old man. Wondered if we should think of moving on.
I'm glad I thought of looking you up, old man.
Pleasure.
I've never been to Canterbury before, and you're a devilish good guide to the cathedral.
Oh, it's my favourite place, fat old man.
I can see you in the Middle Ages, Polly, old man.
Oh, really?
High up on a scaffolding at the top of the pillars, carving portraits of the cathedral dignitaries.
Ah, the portly capons. The portly capons. Yes, I love the Gothic architectures. Gives me a feeling of being at home, more than I've ever had anywhere.
More than at Port Burdock?
Ah, not the same, old man. Here, the feeling comes from the building. Sitting in the nave, walking in the cloisters, etc. Port Burdock was based on friendship between people, on joie de vivre.
Well, there's none of that since you and Parsons left.
No, I suppose not.
I'm glad the old man found a place at last.
Warehouseman, with all his talents. Explains why his letters are full of the rights of man and socialism, no joy de vivre.
You were bold to up and leave as you did, just because old Fluffham's got on your nerves.
Don't think I'd do it again, old man. It took me 2 months to get another situation. This is the most congenial so far.
Wood Street as depressing as ever?
Depressing and humiliating. You know, I used to watch the men every day to see how many of the familiar faces had gone, how many new ones had arrived. These gargles remind me of some of them. Metrorious, dejected.
That one looks a bit like old Fluffham's, don't it?
Which one?
There. This August Emporium.
August Emporium.
Your present employer, what's he like?
Ah, good sort. Amiable. Religious-minded. I think he wishes the cathedral to be built by the Baptists.
Does this Northern monument really and truly matter? We don't kind of sideshows and second-rate stunts, mean. We just want the big, simple things of the place. Just the broad, elemental Canterbury proposition. What is it saying to us? I want to get right hold of that, and then have tea in the very room that Chaucer did, and hustle back to get that 418.
Very determined, these Americans. Very methodical.
Just a broad, elemental Canterbury proposition. Cultured rapacity. And they're always in a quiet sort of hurry.
Reminds me, old man, we'd better get off if we're going to take that boat out.
Oh, yeah. Hey, remember when we took a boat out for the day with old Parsons?
And he read whole chunks of Milton and Boccaccio.
And Shakespeare and Rabelais.
This time it's my turn. I've a splendid novel in my pocket, set in Italy. Dark, lustrous beauty, secret intrigues, society.
I'd no idea it'd be such hard work, old man. Surrey's not a big river.
We stayed too long. Wind and tide against us.
You read too much from that book.
Worth it, Polly, old man. Fascinating amour.
Expensive, though. Cost of this boat.
I'm all right for sugar. Keep rowing, old man. Don't fall a-dreaming.
I'm thinking of my reception when I get back. Oh, please, Lord, let him be kind. Let him be kind. I don't deserve this. Oh, God.
Ah, Mr. Polly, so you have deigned to return. And where have you been, sir?
Very sorry, Mr. West. On the Surrey.
On the Surrey at this time of night?
Yes, sir. Met an old friend. We took a boat out and left it too late. Had the wind and tide against us on the way back. Oh, it was a hard pull. I thought my arms would drop off.
Well, come in. No use standing there now you are back.
Yes, sir, thank you. Very, very, very kind of you, sir. Sorry to keep you up.
Well, then, be off to your quarters. I don't want you asleep in the shop this morning.
Yes. Oh, no, sir. A tide's a tide, sir. I've no lunatic power to alter that.
Mr. Polly, that is blasphemous.
But I only said...
I heard perfectly well what you said, sir. Disrespectful and blasphemous. Blaming the Almighty for your own mistake. I made it clear when I engaged you I would have preferred a Baptist. And besides, what good are you to me with your arms pulled out of their sockets?
The world became really rotten after I left Canterbury, Parsons' old man. I went back to Wood Street. There were more people than ever, waiting about for work. Smart juniors, full of smart juniosity. The chavacious, the too old at 40s, the deduced. I realised I was a failure in my trade. It was not the trade I ought to have chosen. The Lord knows what that trade should have been. I thought of chucking outfitting and going on the halls or emigrating. But in the end I reduced my salary by £5 a year, and I was taken into an establishment at Clapham, which deals in ready-mades and feeds its assistants in an underground dining room. Laughter and verbiage and singing in the moonlight seemed lost forever. Then my father died suddenly, and I find myself the heir to a few pieces of furniture, an insurance policy, and money in the bank amounting altogether to the sum of £355. In his last years, my father had lived with cousins at Eastwood, Grace and Harold Johnson, who are putting me up for the funeral.
Didn't he look peaceful?
Oh, yes. Second departed I ever saw. Not counting mummies.
He was really quite cheerful at the end. Quite cheerful, wasn't he, Harold?
Indeed he was, my dear. And it was really a merciful release. No, Alfred, take the armchair, make yourself comfortable.
Oh, if you're sure.
Grace and I will be all right on these. Now, we ought to decide on the arrangements for the funeral.
You'll have a hearse, of course. Not one of them combinations with the driver sitting on the coffin. Disrespectful, I think they are. I can't fancy how people can bring themselves to be buried in combinations. I do like them glass hearses. So refined and nice they are.
Podger's hearse you'll have. It's the best in Eastwood.
Oh, everything that's right and proper, of course, Harold.
Podger's ready to measure at any time.
Then you'll want a mourner's carriage or two, according to whom you're going to invite.
Oh, didn't think of inviting anyone.
Oh, we've got to have somebody.
Funereal baked meat.
Not baked.
Oh.
But of course, you'll have to give them something. Ham and chicken's very suitable. You don't want a lot of cooking with a ceremony coming into the middle of it. I wonder who Alfred ought to invite, Harold. Just the immediate relations. One doesn't want a great crowd of people, and one doesn't want to not show respect.
But he hated our relations, most of them.
He's not hating them now, you may be sure of that. It's just because of that I think they ought to come, all of them, even your Aunt Mildred.
Bit vulturial, isn't it?
Oh, it wouldn't be more than 12 or 13 people if they all came.
We could have everything put out ready in the back room, and the mourning gloves and the whiskey in the front room. And while we're all at the ceremony, Bessie could bring it all into the front room on a tray and put it out nice and proper. There'd have to be whiskey and sherry, or port for the ladies.
Where'll you get your mourning?
Haven't thought of it yet, old man. I suppose I must have mourning.
Well, naturally.
You'll be the chief mourner, Alfred.
Yes, got to see it through, of course.
If I were you, I should get ready-made trousers. That's all you really want, and a black satin tie, and a top hat with a deep mourning band, and gloves.
Jet cufflinks he ought to have, as chief mourner.
Not obligatory.
It shows respect.
It shows respect, of course.
A lined casket, of course. Have you any choice of colour, Alfred?
I haven't thought.
Some people like red, but I think black is more fitting.
You can't go wrong with black. It's lucky I've a box of black sateen I can use to drape the door knocker and the pictures and, the bust of Garibaldi. And I'll have to do something about the tablecloth in the front room. That rose pattern's not at all suitable.
I'm not a man for boasting, but I think I can claim to have a good touch with celery and peas.
Lovely.
Oh, yes, we always have a good crop. You see how well they're coming on?
Beautiful.
Nothing like the taste of vegetables lifted from one's own garden, Elfrid.
No, I'm sure there isn't, Harold. Palatable.
It's all a matter of management, understanding the hang of it.
I don't seem to get the hang of business somehow. Too much blooming humbug in it for my way of thinking.
Well, if I were you, I should push for a first-class place in London. Take almost nothing and live on my reserves. That's what I should do.
Come the heavy. Get a better class reference.
Think of investing your money.
Hardly got used to the idea of having it yet, old man.
Oh, you'll have to do something with it. Give you nearly, nearly £20 a year if you invest it properly.
I haven't seen it yet in that light.
Oh, there's no end of things you could put it into.
Ah, it's getting it out again I shouldn't feel sure of. I'm no sort of fianciane, eh? Sooner back horses.
Well, it's a nest egg. There's, building societies. You might lend it on mortgage. Very safe form of investment.
No. Shan't think anything about it. Not till the old man's underground.
Might do worse than put it into a small shop. Those new shops being finished round the corner will be the commercial centre of Easewood. Mark my words. For a man who's prepared to work hard and stick to it, there's a lot to be done in a shop. Oh, that sounds like the first guest. We'd better go in.
Oh, Alfred, these are your cousins Larkins.
Oh, yes?
This is Minnie. Hello, Alfred.
Hello.
And this is Miriam.
How do you do, Alfred?
Oh, righto, thanks.
Annie couldn't come. She came over feverish at the last minute.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I know.
Oh.
Let me look at you. I should have known him anywhere.
Oh, what? Mother, why, she's never set eyes on him before.
I should have known him anywhere for Lizzie's child. You've got her eyes. It's a resemblance. And as for never seeing him, I've dandled him, Miss Imperance. I've dandled him.
You couldn't dandle him now, Ma.
Oh, the things you say, Minnie.
My dandling days are over. My turn to dandle now.
Not me, thank you.
Grace, look who's here. Go on in, Uncle.
Why, Uncle Penstemon?
No, don't rush at me.
Let me take your hat, Uncle.
Oh, keep it by me, thank you. And me basket.
Very good, Uncle.
Oh. You here, Larkins. You would be.
Yes.
These your gals.
They are, and better gals.
That Minnie.
Fancy you remembering her name.
She mucked up my mushroom bed, the baggage. I'll give it to her to rights. Trounced her, I did fairly. I remember her. Now, here's some green stuff for you, Grace.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, fresh it is, and wholesome. I shall be wanting the basket back, and mind you, let me have it. Have you nailed the body down yet?
Oh, yes, Uncle.
Oh, well, you always was a bit in front of what was neat. Oh, where can I put these carrots?
Oh, that's a new tablecloth.
Eh?
For the occasion.
Oh, well, it'll do. Funny colour.
It's violet. I thought it appropriate. I'm glad you were able to come, Uncle.
Oh, I came. Gals in service, Larkins?
They are not and won't be.
No? You Lizzie's boy?
Yes, I'm Alfred.
Ah,
Here's me, Punt, and Ada and Dick. Harold.
Yes, Grace,
will
dear.
you help me?
Oh, my girls
yes,
will
ma'am.
help. Minnie, Miriam, give your arm
Yes, Ma. Yes, Ma.
I hope everyone will take a glass of sherry and a biscuit.
Yeah.
We don't stand on ceremony. Mrs. Punt, come along, dear.
Watch how you go, my good woman. Don't go squashing my hat.
I'm sure I didn't mean to.
Well, you did it, didn't you? You did. You squashed my hat. Oh, yeah. Well, Alfred, you're a little chap. A funny little chap. I never did a great deal, Mother, marrying him, but I suppose bygones must be bygones now. I suppose they made you a clock or something.
Outfitting.
Oh, I remember. Them Larkins girls pretend to be dressmakers.
They are dressmakers.
I will take a glass of sherry. They hold to it, you see.
Dick, your sherry, Uncle.
Yeah.
Your sherry.
Well, about time.
Over here, I think, Minnie. If I can just show you.
You'll be paying for this, Alfred. Here's to you.
Thanks, Uncle.
Now don't go treading on my hat, young Minnie, like you did my mushroom bed. You brush your skirts against it and you take a shilling off its value.
Oh.
It ain't the sort of hat you see nowadays.
Miriam and I were admiring Aunt Grace's decorations. Weren't we, Miriam? All black sateen. Very refined.
Funerarius in the extreme.
Oh, there he goes again, Minnie. Oh, you shouldn't have me laughing, Alfred. Really, you shouldn't. Not about such things.
No, of course. We must be Solenoos.
Oh, isn't he awful? Alfred!
Everyone, we should be getting ready for the carriages. Black gloves are on this table if you try them for size.
There'll have to be a walking party, Harold. There's only 2 coaches. Well, I dare say we can put 6 in each, but that leaves 3 over.
Well, I would, of course, Mrs. Johnson, but I'm wearing new boots.
Me too. We bought them specially.
Yes.
They're a bit tight as yet. Of course, I will walk.
No. You better not peripatous. Can they ride with me, Grace?
It'll be a squeeze.
Well, I don't mind a squeeze. What about you girls?
Oh, the things you say.
Chatter, chatter, chatter. Hen-witty giggles, all playing the funereal games like gusto. Don't hurt him, of course. Doesn't matter to the old man. Funny, you know, Dad. These last years you've been a stranger, and I haven't thought of it for years, but I can remember those visits to the pantomime. Skylarking together, and me getting very excited. Oh, and I remember you getting excited. Trying to get that sofa up the staircase to the bedroom, and it jammed. You swore at it, and hit it, and kicked it, and I don't know how you did it. But you somehow wrenched it upstairs. And when you lost your self-control, that was the moment I was closest to you. Oh, poor old chap. You didn't have a particularly good time. Still, it's all over, finished. They buried you now.
Hey, get a bit of air. You're wise, Alfred.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you think so, Uncle Penstoman.
Yeah, well, I like a bit of air before the meal, yeah. Oh, that sherry rises. Gross as stuff, I expect. How much might all this funeral be costing, do you know?
I've no idea. Harold and Grace have arranged it all.
Oh, well, in that case, it's pretty certain to cost more than you expect, me boy. I've seen a malt of undertakers. A malt of undertakers.
Alfred! Alfred! Are you in the garden?
Oh, them Larkins girls. Their mother lets lodgings and chores. Leastways, she goes out to cook dinner. And look at 'em, dressed up to the nines, if it ain't borrowed clothes, that is. And they goes to work in a factory.
Did you know my father much, Uncle Penstoman?
I couldn't stand Lizzie throwing herself away like that. Oh, that weren't good sherry.
Alfred! I've been calling you. Your aunt said to come in. And you, Uncle.
What?
Come along. We can't start the meal without you.
All right. I mean, no need to pour at me, young Miriam. Save all that. For your cousin there. He'll get more than he bargains.
You'll take my arm, Alfred, won't you?
Rather. Give me your hand.
Oh.
Hello. One of the idle rich, are we? Large stones in those rings?
Well, they ain't real. Minnie, got 'em out of a prize packet.
Prize packet in trousers, I expect.
Oh, the things you say.
Oh, bless my heart.
What's the matter?
Ought to gone back to the shop 3 days ago. They make no end of a row.
Lord, you are a treat. You'll get the chuck.
Oh.
Oh, I'm dying. I don't believe you care a bit.
Oh, come along, Alfred! We're waiting for you.
Sorry, everyone. Where's your place?
Oh, here, Alfred.
You've got the bottle here ready to open, Bessie?
Yes, Mum. That's right.
Oh, you'll have a drop of whiskey, I expect.
Put it where I can mix them yourself. I can't bear women's mixing.
And now there's a chicken, a prawn, a nice piece of ham, steak and kidney pie, pickles, salad, apple tart, jam roll, stilton, and ordinary cheddar.
I'll have the stilton.
You didn't, I suppose, Mr. Polly, think to have your poor dear father post-mortem.
Didn't think of it for a moment. I can't give you a piece of this brawn, can I?
I was just reminding Grace of the dear dead days beyond recall. Grace and Beauty, they used to call us, and we used to sit at the same desk.
Don't swallow your fork, Willie. You see, Mr. Polly, I used to have a young gentleman, a medical student, lodging with me.
Ham, Alfred. I didn't give you very much ham.
Oh, thank you, Miriam.
Oh, that's all right, Alfred. Here you are.
Excuse me, sir.
Can't you get past, Bessie? Let me sit forward a bit. Oh, righto.
There she used to sit as bold as brass, didn't you, Grace? And the fun she used to make of things no one could believe. Knowing her now, she used to make faces at the mistress through the little...
Well, the contents of the stomach, at any rate, ought to be examined.
Alfred, pass the mustard down.
Here we are, then.
Oh, once she got us all kept in the old school.
Alfred, this lady...
Lonesome again, I would if she did as much now. And I would. Dramatic mischief.
Alfred, this lady knows Canterbury. I've been telling her you've been there.
Oh, glad you know it.
Oh, I like it.
I won't have my girls spoken of, not by nobody, old or young.
Oh, quick, let's have your glass. It'll be a lively, it's the heated room.
Excuse me, sir. Pass it as soon again.
You want to get past again, Bessie? Oh, right.
Thank you, sir.
Nobody had the least idea how he died. Nobody. Willie, don't go so. You ain't in a hurry, are you? You don't want to catch a train or anything gulping like that?
Do you remember, Grace, how one day we had writing lessons? Nicer girls no one ever had, though I say it who shouldn't. Harold! Well, Mrs. Larkins, have a teeny bit more foul.
Or some brawn, Aunt Larkins. Can't send you any brawn, Uncle Penstoman.
Oh, that beer is up.
Directly the new doctor come in, he said everything must be took out and put in spirits.
Really?
Everything.
Alfred, this lady says...
Certain people make our snacks at other people's daughters, never having had any of their own. Though two poor souls of wives dead and buried through their goings on.
Rubbish!
Now, we don't want old scores dug up on a day like this.
Old scores you may call them, Harold, but worth a dozen of them that put them to their rest, poor dear. Ladies, she says, dip their pens in the ink and keep their noses out of it. And Pipta said she did every afternoon for a week.
Oh, really?
Alfred, this lady wants to know.
Willie, if you choke yourself, not another mouthful do you have. No nice pudding, nothing. And then they had it. They found he'd swallowed the very key to unlock the drawer.
Then don't let people go casting snacks.
Casting snacks.
Alfred, this lady wants to know have the Prossers left Canterbury? Alfred!
No wish to make myself disagreeable, not to God's humblest worm.
Humblest Alfred, you aren't very busy with that prawn up there.
Ooh, there it goes again. Civil war in me innards. I have to go on smiling and cutting the brawn while there's this tug-of-war going on inside me. Pulling and pushing. Like the poor old dad getting that settee up the stairs and bringing half the plaster down from the walls. Oh, but it's not all gloom, thanks to Dad. I've £355. I can take a little holiday, buy a temporary release from the world of gentleman's outfitting, have money for railway fares, money for meals, money for inns, Stratford-on-Avon, Shrewsbury, Welsh Mountain. Chuck it anyway, Grace. They merely anti-separated me by a hair.
Oh, the same. It was your father's funeral.
Yes.
That was very hard.
It was a grinding establishment, dealt in ready-mades.
I think you should set your sights higher, Alfred. A good-class London establishment or one of your own. You can afford to wait now.
Oh, I've thought of taking a little holiday, Harold, old man.
Eh?
Stratford-on-Avon, Shrewsbury, the Welsh Mountains, and the Wye.
All on your own?
Yes, well, that's a snag. Old Parsons would have been the ideal companion, but he'd never be able to get away.
In any case, you can't afford to be too careless. You must start thinking about the future, you know. Time for holidays later.
Yes. I suppose I'd better start looking around.
You're very welcome here while you do. You can have the room you stayed in before. We thought 18 shillings a week would be fair.
It will give you time to assess the possibilities before coming to a decision.
I think I'll invest in a bicycle.
Oh, well...
It'll save time, no waiting for trains.
Right.
Save money on fares, too.
Well, looked at like that, I suppose...
It'll take me all over the place. Open up all sorts of possibilities.
If you've come selling things... Why, it's Cousin Alfred.
Hello, Miriam. Thought I'd look you up.
Oh, fancy you coming to see us like this.
Exploracious menanderings.
Oh, wait a moment and I'll tell Ma.
Hey, leave that bicycle alone. Run away and play somewhere else. Go on, or I'll be after you.
Oh, I didn't mean to shut you out. I just told Ma. How are you, Alfred?
Oh,
you are looking well. I didn't know you rode a bicycle. Is it a new one? Oh, what a trouble you must have to keep it clean.
It's plated, mostly.
What do you carry in that little bag thing?
Well, they're my,
Oh, we're all in a mess today. It's my cleaning up day. I'm not a bit tidy, I know, but I do like to have a go at things now and then. They'd leave everything, I believe, if I let them. You got to take us as you find us, Alfred.
Of course.
Mercy, we wasn't all out. Oh, I am glad to see you again.
Couldn't keep away. Had to come over and see my pretty cousins again.
Oh, you do say things.
I don't say which of them.
Alfred, are you... Hello, Alfred!
Hello, Minnie.
You're to come in to tea, Ma says.
Of course she does. Can't leave our aunts and cousins standing on the pavement. Hello, Alfred.
Hello, Aunt Dawkins.
Oh, now come along inside. Put your bicycle in the hall.
Oh.
Can't leave it outside with all them kids about. Miriam, you set the chairs.
Yes, Ma.
And Minnie, give Alfred a hand.
Yes, Ma. Put it against the wall here.
Won't you be in the way?
Oh, not in this house. Oh, I am glad to see you again, Alfred.
Miriam's turning out the front room, so you must come in the kitchen. You've caught us on the hop, as the saying is, but welcome all the same.
Oh, thank you, Aunt Dawkins. Very kind, very kind.
Pity Annie's at work today. She won't be home till 7. Come on in, Alfred.
Oh, very nice.
Miriam,
very
is the kettle
nice
boiling
indeed.
yet?
In a minute, Ma. Shall I do some more bread and butter?
Yes, do, girl.
Right, Ma.
Minnie, get the tea things out.
Yes, Ma.
You mustn't mind our ways, Alfred. We lead simple lives in this house, but our hearts are in the right place.
I'm sure they are.
Watch out, girl. Don't drop her.
I've got them. Now, you pass them to me, and I'll set the places.
Thank you, Alfred.
Oh, I can see you don't stand on ceremony.
I feel very much at home, Mrs. Larkins.
That's what we was hoping, eh, girls?
Yes, of course it was, Ma.
Now, only one thing's got me a bit puzzled. Who am I going to sit next?
Me!
I'd like to accept, but what about Aunt Larkins? I'd like to sit next to her, too.
Oh, don't mind me, Alfred.
But I do. Supposing you were me and having tea with 3 charming ladies, wouldn't you want to rub elbows with all 3?
No.
Now, how can I work it out? Now, if I put this plate here... Excuse me, Minnie. Now, that one there... If you sit here, Miriam...
Yes.
And you there, Minnie...
Yes.
And I move that cup over there...
You do it very well, Alfred. Like a waiter at the Ritz.
Here, let me have that tea cloth. Put over my arm. Here. I would recommend, Madam, to try these cakes. Freshly made this morning in our own patisserie.
Oh, Alfred, you're as good as a turn on the oars. I want to sit down. I don't care who I'll sit next to.
Well, if you sit there, I can't rub elbows with you. Of course, if we were to dandle, I could...
Dandle! He's at it again. Dandle!
Sure you won't.
Oh, stop it. Oh, you'll be the death of me. You really will. Oh, let's have tea before it gets cold.
Just help yourself, Alfred. Bread, jam, paste.
It's the tea I want first.
Oh,
Thank you. Ah, beautiful tea. Thirsty work riding a bicycle.
Have you fallen off it yet?
Once or twice, Minnie.
Oh.
The difficult part was trying not to wobble once I got going. No foreseeing little accidentalist misadventures. None whatever.
I bet you've had one or two.
There was one. Stout elderly gentleman. Large straw waste paper basket sort of hat. Starts to cross road. Going to oil shop, can in his hand.
Oh, don't say you're running down. Don't say you're running down, Alfred.
Running down? Not me, madam. I never run anything down. Wobble. Ring the bell. Wobble, wobble. No one's going to run him down. Here's the bell. Wobble. Gust of wind. Off comes the hat. Smack into the wheel. Lord, what's going to happen? At a crossroad. Old gentleman after it. Bell. Shake. He ran into me. Didn't ring his bell. Hadn't got a bell. Just ran into me. Over I went. Down he went with me clinging to his venerable head. Oil can. Blump, 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 blump into the road.
Crumb! It's stuck in me throat! Oh, slap harder, Alfred. Here, let me. Oh, I'm all right. It's gone. Get over, Miriam. Where's my tea? Oh, that's better.
Well, Alfred?
Well, what, Aunt Larkins?
Well, what happened to the old man with the oil can?
Oh, yes.
We sat about among the debris,
and had a high old audacious argument. I tell you, sir. I tell you, sir. Wah, 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 wah. Infuriatious. But there. That's the sort of thing that's constantly happening, you know, on a bicycle. People run into you, hens and cats, dogs and things.
You never run into anything.
Never, Miriam.
Never, he say. Oh, get him. Oh, don't start her off again. Don't be so silly, Minnie.
Oh, it's the things he says. You never know what he won't say next.
Superfluous tea, Aunt Larkins. And now I must...
Oh, you ain't thinking of going.
Oh, no, I must really. Supper at 8.
Stay to supper with us now you've come over.
Please do, Elfrid. Yes, do stay.
Yeah, have a bit of walk with the gals and then come back to supper. Yeah. You might all go and meet Annie while I straighten things out.
Oh, give me a minute. I want to tidy my hair. We'll wait for you outside, Minnie. Right. Ready, Elfrid?
With you, Miriam?
Minnie'll take ours. We can walk to the end of the street and back before she's ready.
Right-ho.
I did get them rings out of a prize packet.
What rings?
What you saw at your poor father's funeral. You made out they meant something, but they didn't, straight.
Then some people have been very remiss about their chances.
They haven't had any chances. I don't believe in making myself too free with people.
Nor me.
I may be a bit larky and cheerful in my manner, but it don't mean anything. I ain't that sort.
Oh, I'd just given you up, Elfrid. It's nearly 11.
You shouldn't have waited up for me, Harold.
Well, I wouldn't have felt right going to bed not knowing, and you out on that bicycle late at night. Not had an accident, Elfrid?
Not much. Pedal got a bit loose in Stampton, old man. Couldn't ride it, so I looked up the cousins while I waited.
Not the Larkins lot?
Yes.
How are they?
Very jolly lot, always laughing.
Oh, they laugh all right. Laugh at nothing, no nothing. But one can't really like 'em. There's nothing to like.
I don't know. I like their high spirits and them being such a happy, laughing family. That's what we missed when old Parsons left Port Burdock.
Well, better get to bed. Oh, I've been reading this book of yours.
What one's that?
Quest of a Golden Girl.
Ah, the high poetical.
Oh, yes, rum stuff. Not a bit of use for anything that I can see. What you should buy is a good book on bookkeeping.
Yes, I should.
Oh, did you see any shops in Stampton?
No, nothing to speak of. Good night, old man. Oh, that was a bit of a pull. Still, 3-wheel down, and then a halt. You can't go on leading a double life, Polly, old man, pretending to be off looking for a shop and ending up with your cousins. No matter how friendly, it won't do. So you're not going to Stampton today? No, you're not going to Stampton today. There. I think I've earned a rest. And a smoke. Oh, sit on these logs. Think of gaining style and value in a London shop? Don't believe in it. Think of the corner shop in Eastwood, its value increasing every year? Don't believe in it. This is all right. Very pleasant. Here, that old wall could do with a bit of repointing. Wonder what's on the other side. Some rich estate, I suppose. Too high to see over. This is all right. Business later. Hello? What's coming over the wall? Brown shoe, toe scuffed, brown stocking. Fine leg. Ooh, look away. Pretend not to have seen. Handsome girl, though.
Goodness! I didn't know there was anyone here.
Oh, sorry if I'm intrudasious. I didn't know you didn't want me to be here.
Oh, it isn't that. I oughtn't to get over the wall. It's out of bounds. At least in term time. But this being holidays...
Holidays is different.
I don't want to actually break the rules.
Leave them behind you where they're safe. Allow me to help you down.
I think I'll stay on the wall. So long as some of me's in bounds. Your bicycle?
Oh, yes. I ride it all about the country, very debonairious.
So do I. Mine's a Sturmy Archer too, like yours. Not a new one, though. I've had it for years. My parents gave it to me on their last home leave. All my people are in India. It's beastly rot. I mean, it's frightfully dull being left here alone.
All my people are in heaven.
I say.
Fact. Got nobody.
Oh, I say, I am sorry. I really am. Was it a fire or a shipwreck or something?
No, the ordinary tables of mortality. First one, then the other.
Are you lonely?
I was just sitting on those logs in melancholic retrospectatiousness.
There's no harm in our talking.
It would be a kindness. Won't you get down?
I'll stay on the wall, if only for bound's sake. Let's talk.
You make me feel like one of those old knights who rode about the country looking for dragons and beautiful maidens and chivalresque adventures.
Oh? Why?
Beautiful maiden.
Nonsense.
You are? I bet I'm not the first to tell you that. A beautiful, red-haired maiden imprisoned in an enchanted school.
Oh, you wouldn't think it enchanted.
And here am I, clad in steel. Well, not exactly, but my fiery warhorse is, anyhow. Ready to absquatulate all the dragons and rescue you.
I wish you could see the dragons.
Fly with me.
You are funny. Why, I haven't known you 5 minutes.
One doesn't, in this medievalist world. My mind is made up anyhow. I wish one could.
I wonder if people ever did.
If there were people like you.
We don't even know each other's names.
Yours is the prettiest name in the world.
How do you know?
Must be, anyhow.
It is rather pretty, you know. It's Christabel.
What did I tell you?
And yours?
Poorer than I deserve. It's Alfred.
I can't call you Alfred.
Well, Polly.
It's a girl's name.
It's my surname.
Oh. I say, why are you riding about the country on a bicycle?
I'm doing it because I like it. You know, there is love at first sight.
I think I ought to get back over the wall.
No. It needn't matter to you. I'm just nobody. But I know you are the best and most beautiful thing I've ever spoken to. No harm in telling you that.
I should have to go back if I thought you were serious.
No. Do you often come here?
When I want to be alone. And you?
I found it purely by chance, by fate. As all knight-errants do.
I didn't think knights-errant were allowed holidays.
This one is.
I bet they'll soon be over.
They could last another 4 or 5 years.
Oh, goodness, that's wonderful. Don't you have to do anything?
Well, I have to decide whether to continue in my old ways or to try something new.
Something new would be exciting.
Might be to someone else, not to me.
The old ways, were they very bad?
Dull. Deadly, dreary, dull.
If you can take these long holidays, what is it you do? You make it seem very mysterious. Must be something wicked that you can't tell me about. I don't think I should stay.
No, don't go, please.
Only if you tell me truthfully what it is you do.
I deal in stuffs, materials for wearing.
Like silks and satin. My mother sent me some beautiful silks from India. That's romantic, not dull. You deal in those?
More the cottons and the woolens.
Not romantic. Why choose those?
I didn't choose. They're what I know about.
And just what do you do? Oh, Lordy! Oh, Knight! Knight there!
Yes, my lady?
I must go now. Come again tomorrow.
At your command, but just one finger.
What do you mean?
To kiss.
Sorry, can't hold on.
Another rasher of bacon, Alfred?
No, thanks, Grace. Time I was off.
Well, where to today?
Oh, I thought I'd cast a strategical eye on Weybridge.
I wonder whether you're doing the right thing, Alfred. Why spend this time and effort when there's an opportunity here in Easewood, right under your very nose?
I would like to make sure there isn't a better one, before I decide.
Oh, you won't find anything better at the price. And I don't like to think of you paying us for lodging when your money could be earning for you.
I think Alfred's quite right to take his time. He's welcome to stay as long as he likes. And it's not your 18 shillings a week, Alfred. You're no bother. It's an important step for him.
No, all the same, I hate waste.
Oh, I'm not wasting my time, Harold, old man. Believe me.
I've kept you waiting, Knight. I'm sorry.
I didn't notice.
It was 20 minutes.
What is time to a knight waiting for his demoiselle? I would wait for you forever, Christabel.
No, you wouldn't. You would have to go back to all those woolens and cottons to earn your living. You do have to earn a living, don't you?
Yes. And it's not at all glamorous or exciting.
What do you do, Polly?
If I tell you, you're not to disappear.
I won't.
I sell gentlemen's clothing in an outfitter's behind the counter.
I see. So if I was a boy and went to be kitted out, you might serve me.
Yes. No suits of armour. Just caps and jackets and socks. But I'm thinking of chucking all that and buying my own shop. I'll come into a little money. A few hundreds.
You said yesterday you wouldn't find that exciting.
I don't think it would be on my own. A knight needs someone to strive for. Obstacles are nothing if he can win his lady. They can all be overcome if...
Keep still. Stop waving your arms about. There's a rabbit just behind you.
Alfred didn't make much of a meal, did he, Harold? I thought a nice rabbit pie would be a treat. He seemed a bit off colour to me.
He doesn't take a serious interest in anything. That shop at the corner is bound to be snapped up if he don't look out.
We've met 8 times in 10 days. I've counted every one of them. With me standing down here and you sitting up there on the wall. Why won't you come down, Christabel? I'll help you back.
Your side is out of bounds. I'm in bounds up here, more or less.
Look here. I'm wild for the love of you. I can't keep up this gesticulatious game any more. I'm not a knight. Treat me as a human man. You may sit up there smiling, but I'd die in torments to have you mine for an hour. I'm nobody and nothing, but look here. Will you wait for me 5 years? You're just a girl yet, and it won't be hard.
Go away, you two.
I've always been just dilettantitating about till now, but I could work. I've just woke up. Wait till I got a chance with the money I got.
But you haven't got much money.
I've enough to take a chance with, some sort of a chance. I'd find a chance. I'll do that anyhow. I'll go away. I mean what I say. I'll stop trifling and shirking. If I don't come back, it won't matter. If I do...
Don't go on like this. You're different. Go on being the knight who wants to kiss my hand.
Christabel... Christabel, you got someone...
You filthy little beast!
Christabel! Christabel, come back! If you can get up, so can I. Christabel, I'm losing my grip. Oh, damn. Damnation. Ooh. Face feels raw. Fool. You blithering...
Why don't you... Alfred!
Hello, Miriam. Sorry.
Hello, Alfred. Where you been all this time?
We're looking round.
Found a shop?
Oh, one or two likely ones, but it takes time.
Oh. What you done to your face, Alfred? All rough it is.
Bit of a scraze with the bicycle.
Oh.
Trying to pass a carriage on the wrong side, he drew up and rammed me against the wall.
You ought to have someone to look after your scrazes. That's all red and rough. It ought to be cold creamed. You need someone to look after you, Alfred.
Yes, I think I do.
Bring your bicycle and come and have some tea with us.
You're a long time finding that shop of yours, Alfred.
Don't do to be too precipitous, Minnie.
No. Once you get it, you got it. Like choosing a husband. You better see you get it good. Just you remember that, you girls.
Yes, Mum.
When I get this shop of mine, I shall have a cat to sleep in the window. A venerable tabby. Cat's no good if it isn't a tabby. Cat I'm going to have, and a canary. No, I didn't think of that before, but a cat and a canary seem to go, you know. Summer weather, I shall sit at breakfast in the little room behind the shop. Sun streaming in the window, cat on a chair, canary singing, and Mrs. Polly...
Hello?
Mrs. Polly frying an extra bit of bacon. Bacon singing, cat singing, canary singing, kettle singing, Mrs. Polly...
And who's Mrs. Polly going to be?
Figment of imagination, ma'am. Put in to fill up the picture. No face to figure as yet. Still, that's how it'll be, I can assure you. I think I must have a bit of a garden. Not a fierce sort of garden like Harold's, furthest digging. No, just a patch sturtiums and sweet pea. Red brick yard. Trellis. Creeper up the back of the house.
Virginia creeper?
Canary creeper.
Oh, you will have it nice.
Rather. Diggling. Shop. Smart little shop. Counter, desk, all complete. Umbrella stand, carpet on the floor, cat asleep on the counter, ties and hose on a roll over the counter. All right.
Oh, yes.
I wonder you don't set about it right off.
Mean to get it exactly right. Here. Have to have a tomcat. Wouldn't do to open shop one morning, you know, and find the window full of kittens. Can't sell kittens.
All right, Minnie. You mend that glove. And Miriam will help me with the washing up.
Yes, Ma. Oh. Hand me the work basket, Alfred, will you?
Where? Here you are, Minnie.
Ta. Hope you won't be bored with me sewing.
Bored. Content. Good company. Good tea. Domestic peace.
I like cats. I'm always saying to Mother, I wish we had a cat. But we couldn't have a cat here, not with no yard.
Never had a cat myself. No.
I'm fond of them.
Well, I like the look of them. I can't call myself exactly fond.
I expect I shall get one someday. When about you get your shop?
I shall have my shop all right before long, trust me. Canary bird and all.
I shall get a cat first. You never mean anything you say.
Might get them together.
Why? How do you mean?
Shop and cat thrown in.
Mean to say?
Here, what's that I see out the window? Little dog. Eating my bicycle tire, I believe. Oh! Oh, blow. Why do the pedals always get in the way of me shins?
Alfred, you off?
Thought my bicycle was on fire outside. Funny fact, it's all right, really. A little dog outside. Miriam ready?
What for?
To go and meet Annie.
Oh, you're stopping for a bit of supper.
Oh, if I may.
Oh, you're a rum un. Miriam!
There ain't a little dog anywhere, Alfred.
No, I had a most curious sensation. Felt exactly as though something was up somewhere. That's why I said little dog. It's all right now.
You was saying something about a cat, Alfred.
Yeah, I'll give you one the very day my shop is opened. Trust me.
You really think you'll open a shop? That wasn't all talk.
Not a bit of it, Miriam. After all, a shop needn't be so bad.
It's a home.
And there's no need to keep accounts and that sort of thing if there's no assistant. I dare say I could run a shop all right if I wasn't interfered with.
I should like to see you in your shop. I expect you'd keep everything tremendously neat.
Of course.
Oh, let's sit on that bench where we can see those blue flowers.
Righto.
I always like them. Oh, they're handsome.
Delphicums and larkspur. They used to be in the park at Port Purdock, Florifera's Corner.
One did ought to be happy in a shop. A shop's such a respectable thing to be.
I could be happy in a shop. If I had the right company. See, I'm not such a blooming geezer as not to be able to sell goods a bit. One has to be nosy over one's buying, of course. But I shall do all right.
If you get the right company.
I shall get that all right.
You don't mean you've got someone?
I've got someone in my eye this minute.
Alfred, you don't mean...
I do.
Not really?
Well, you and me, Miriam, in a little shop with a cat and a canary. Just suppose it.
You mean you're in love with me, Alfred?
Yes.
There! Oh. And I don't care if everyone in the park is looking. I didn't dream you cared. Sometimes I thought it was Minnie, sometimes Annie.
Always like you better than them.
Oh, I love you, Alfred. Since ever we met at your poor father's funeral. Leastways, I would have done if I had thought you... You didn't seem to mean anything you said. I can't believe it.
Nor I.
You mean to marry me and start that little shop?
Soon as ever I find it.
I had no more idea when I came out with you.
Nor me.
It's like a dream.
Yes, it is.
I've got to pinch myself to think it's real. Oh, what they'll do without me at home, I can't imagine. When I tell them. Mother's no good at managing, not a bit. Annie don't care for housework, and Minnie's got no head for it. What they'll do without me, I can't imagine.
They'll have to do without you.
Oh, Lord, we shall miss Annie sitting here in lovemaking. Can I take your arm, Alfred?
It pulled it a bit when I scrazed against the wall.
Oh, seemed all right at tea.
It comes and goes. You forget about it for a minute and then twinges. Got 'em now.
I can just see Annie's face when I tell her.
Don't tell her yet, Miriam.
Why ever not?
Well, I'd like to settle on the shop. Then make both announcements at the same time. Better that way. So don't tell anyone yet a bit.
Only Mother?
You inherited £355, right. And as far as I can calculate, you now have £298.
No, 298?
To the nearest pound. You've spent £57 already.
Going down a Vortex. I can see it's about time I saw about doing something, riding about and looking at shops, all very debonairious, Harold, old man, but it's time I took one for keeps.
What did I tell you?
Yeah. How do you think that corner shop of yours will figure out?
Me? You really meaning it?
If it's practicable, old man, assuming it's practicable, what's your idea of the figures?
Oh, well, now, let's go over the figures I reckoned out the other week. Where are you? Here we are. Now, let's see the lowest you can do it on. So running expenses, there's rent, and the stock. Well, you'll save a few pounds there. And carry through. Well, it's close, but you'll have a chance.
What more does a brave man want?
One thing you can do quite easily. I've asked about it.
What's that, old man?
Take the shop without the house above it.
Well, I suppose I could put my head into mind it and get a job with my body.
Not exactly that, but I thought you'd save a lot if you stayed on here, being all alone, as you are.
Never thought of that, old man.
Oh, well, bed. Better sleep on it, old man.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, you'll have to go back to harness, Polly, old man. Put the happy days behind you. Forget the red-haired girl sitting on the wall looking down at you with clear blue eyes. Oh, no. Oh. You'll only end up being laughed at and mocked. Oh. Return to the hard economic world. It'll have to be a shock. Oh, no. Oh, Lord, I'd rather go back to Cribs. No, you promised to marry Miriam. Oh, it'll be very satisfactory to marry. But why? Oh, God, no, why did it have to be Miriam? However did it happen? You flirted with danger. You thought up all those neat ways of proposing marriage, only as an exercise. They didn't have a definite aim. It might just as easily have been Minnie. Oh, run away to sea. Cut your blooming throat.
You don't look too good this morning, Alfred.
Had a rotten night, Grace.
Oh.
Bad dreams. I think it was that toasted cheese.
Well, suited me all right.
Oh, you'll feel better after some breakfast. Here, here's some tea. Well, pass it down, Harold.
Oh, yes, Grace.
Oh, thank you, old man.
Well, old man, have you decided?
Had no chance the way I was dreaming.
Oh.
Just a day or so more to turn it over in my mind.
You'll get the place snapped up.
No, I know what to do. I'm going off for a day or two to clear my head. When I return, I'll have made a definite decision.
You've taken a shop at Fishbourne? Why Fishbourne?
Memories, old man. Besides, it suits me better. Seaside town, sandy beach, lots of villas. Oh, and, I'm going to have a bit of a nuptial over at Stampton with one of the Larkins cousins.
Oh?
Nuptial?
Wedding bells, old man.
Oh! And which one of them's got you?
Miriam has done me the honour.
Oh, her! Not there's much to choose between them, if you'll excuse me.
Yes, don't mind, Grace. It's your affair, Polly. And I hope you won't feel too sorry when it's too late.
Unfortunate, Amour. Didn't expect it myself.
Ladies and gentlemen, got your plates filled? And something good in your glasses?
Here you are, Harold.
Well, I give you the bride.
Oh, Uncle Fools!
Here's luck to her.
Thank you.
Yes, here's luck.
Luck. Yeah, that's all right. And now, who's for a bit more pie?
Oh, Ma! Come and give your Ma a kiss. And your sisters.
Right.
And me again if you wish.
I'm giving you one already.
I can't help feeling it's a mistake, oh man. I can't help feeling you've been rash. Oh, well, let's hope for the best.
Always glad of good wishes, Harold, old man. Here, you better have something to drink.
Ladies and gents, fill up for a second toast.
Oh.
The happy bridegroom. Here's luck to him.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Luck to him.
Thank you.
Here's hoping. Here's luck.
Well, he may say what he likes. He's got luck. That girl's a treasure, treasures and always has been. A treasure, I must say, and a treasure I will say.
Oh, there's too many stairs.
Sorry, Miriam.
It can be a hard house to keep clean.
White paint's all very well in its way, but it shows the dirt something fearful. Oh, dear. Better to have had it nicely grained. And the coal being indoors will make a lot of work.
No, I didn't think of that.
And the kitchen being below ground level.
Yeah, we can sit on the beach on Sundays, or go for walks in the country.
I don't think it looks well going about the country on Sundays. You've got a position to keep up.
Hey, look over here.
What?
There's a kind of place here where we might have some flowers in pots.
Not me. I've had trouble enough with Minnie and
Changing your trade, Polly.
What?
Not setting up as a bookshop.
Ah, wish I could. What give you that idea?
All them piles of books you keep bringing back.
Well, I buy them at sales very cheap. Here, there was one in that last pile. Bart Kennedy's A Seder Tramp. Ever read it? Written in vivid jerks. Fascinacious. It's made me more aware of the burly old roughs who slouch about the high street.
Little better than tramps, most of them. Should be a law against them.
Look, not if you read Kennedy. You'd understand. Here, talking to the shop, old man. You think you could face in my direction when you unpack your crates of china on the pavement? Not always present the end elevation?
What are you going on about?
Don't like so much airy pensy. Always turning your back on me.
Oh, that's what you're talking about.
That's it.
Way the wind blows, I expect. Wind blows my straw.
Isn't very civil.
Got to unpack how it suits me. Can't unpack with straw blowing into one's eyes.
Needn't unpack like a pig rooting for truffles.
Pig? Are you calling me a pig?
I am asking you, civilly, to stop unpacking with your back to me.
Pig ain't civil. I didn't come here for a row, but I don't want any more truck with you from now on. Stop calling me pigs!
Oh, God.
Alfred! Oh, haven't you anything better to do than stand around in the shop doorway waiting to talk to any passer-by?
Well, there aren't any customers, not doing any
And
harm.
won't be at this rate.
I can't do anything to help you. You got the place upside down.
You know I like a good clean and tidy.
I wish sometimes you'd just sit down and talk and wouldn't tidy so
I
much.
haven't the time, and I don't understand what you're on about half the time. Oh, here comes someone who does. You can have a nice chat now about sport and women and prize fighting. You'll be all right now, sporting chicks he's come.
Morning, Hinks, old man.
You've been flapping your mouth about me, I'm told.
Not that I know of.
Not that you know of, be blowed. You've been flapping your mouth.
Don't see it.
Don't see it, be blowed. I hear you were talking about me in the Providence the other day. Alluded to me and my clothes in a jocular way, I believe. The checkered careerist walking about in his shivery shakies. I expect it raised a laugh or two. But you go flapping your mouth about me once more, and I'll give you a poke in the eye. See? Understand me?
I don't recollect
Don't
saying...
recollect me, blowed. You flap your mouth a damn sight too much. This place gets more of your mouth than it wants. Yeah. See this fist?
Yeah, there's no need to wave it under my nose.
I want to be sure you see it. It's the best known cure for flapping tongues. Old-fashioned remedy. Never known to fail. So make sure you remember.
Stupid ignorant.
Oh, I'm sorry for them, really. Mine's as limited as their four walls.
Hey, Rumbo! Still rooting for truffles?
You leave my unpacking alone!
Miriam? Miriam! Have you seen those books I bought at the Oh, Lord, you're not moving things around again. You haven't finished tidying up after the last go.
I like to have a good clean and tidy up, you know that.
We seem to live in perpetuous debris. The house is always upside down.
But you would have this inconvenient house. Oh. Do any business today?
Sold some strawettes and ties, a couple of bathing costumes.
I think you ought to do something instead of always having your head in them books.
I can't make people come in and buy.
You could earn other money. Play the organ like Winter said at the bicycle shop.
Don't be daft.
Gamble, he waits at table, but not you. Oh, no. You'd rather ride about the country on your bicycle.
Right.
I suppose you're out on it again now?
Yes, for a little spin. It's the exercise.
That lot of good it does you, quarrelling with all the neighbours.
Out the way, pussycat. Oh, let's get the free wheel seen to. It's jamming. I see old Rasper spread his goods all across the pavement again. Wonder he bothers to keep the shop at all.
You roundhog! Pushing me into the curb! Hey! Here, what you doing? Tin man traps all over the pavement as though the town belongs to you. Take your dustbin. Oh, you put it all back. Put it back yourself. You got to put it back. Get out of the way, Rasper. Oh, let go. Here, let go. Oh. You want to fight, do you? Let go my hair. Oh, take all hand out of my now. Ow! That's my finger. Teach you bite. Oh, get out.
You take care. You call me to each other in the arm. Rasper, give over and get to your feet. Rumbold, have you got Polly?
Got him, jiu-jitsu.
Give over, you two. Now, what's it all about?
He deliberately rode into my goods. He ought to pick him up.
Has he been calling you names?
Pails all over the road. Bangs up the street. Car pushes me into him, and out he runs and scrags me. Oh, assault! He assaulted me. Jumped into my dustbin. Is that assault or isn't it? Oh, shut up. I'm going.
They say this your collar.
Yeah, I suppose it is. Anyone seen a tie?
Here, mister.
Thanks.
Teach you to leave things alone.
Human life isn't safe with you, Rasper. You'll hear from me through a summons.
Me too.
Oh, that Polly. It's not enough for him to go around calling people names. He has to assault them now.
He's not the sort we want in Fishbourne, Mr. Rumbold.
No.
Bad example. Bad for the town. Bad for trade.
Right, enough, Mr. Inks. The less we all have to do with him, the better.
Quarrelled with the neighbours, the landlord, the suppliers, and now this, being up in court.
Wasn't only me. Rasper was bound over too. Equally to blame. Here. Put these shirts on the counter, will you?
Oh, not more flannel shirts. You haven't sold any of the last lot yet.
You had to order these 3 months ahead. I didn't know then the line wouldn't sell. I'd have looked a fool if they'd gone like hot cakes, and I hadn't any more stock.
You look a fool now. And at least you'd have saved your money. 15 years you've had this shop, and what have you to show for it?
I remember. I was going to have a cat. And the canaries singing. We'd all be singing and laughing.
Yeah, you used to laugh when you came round to Mars before we married. Soon changed, though. Not much laughing since we got here. Have you looked at yourself lately? More and more irritable, going bald and getting fat.
I'm going out. Whole, rotten, beastly, silly hole. I know there's more to life than this meanness and greyness. I know there's companionship and laughter. Oh, Parsons showed me. And nobleness and beauty and love. The girl on the wall helped me find those. I'm nearly 40. What's the point in carrying on the toil and struggle if there's no further happiness? I hate Miriam, but there's no getting away from her. What is there? Kill myself? I am 2.5 years of 40, a failure in a business I hate, with a wife I hate, and with chronic indigestion. I don't see it would do any harm to anyone. My life's insured, the place is insured, and it needn't hurt much. I'll have to plan it very carefully, because I don't want to buy my release at Miriam's expense, leave her unprotected with a bankrupt shop on her hands. She must receive the full benefit of the life insurance and the fire insurance. I'll have to do it all on a Sunday evening while Miriam's at church. Yes, that's the best idea.
Yeah. No need to blame me if the tea's stewed.
And the muffins are like leather.
Well, tea was ready at the usual time. If you choose to stay out, that's your affair.
I could have done with some hot tea. Biting east wind went right through me.
Pity it didn't blow some idea of dealing with the creditors into that head of yours. Blew a few more hairs off, more likely. If you'd listened to me, gone and done something, instead of always having your head in a book, you wouldn't have no creditors. But no.
Ooh.
Oh, what's the matter now?
Ooh. Tug-of-war going on in me innards. Same as most afternoons.
Keep your bad temper to yourself, then. I'm going to put my coat on.
Yes. After she goes out, soak the stairs from here to the ground floor with paraffin. Get a fire going. Smash the house lamp on the staircase. Cut my throat at the bottom of the stairs. Properly. At the side. No sawing at the windpipe. Must look like I fell downstairs with the lamp.
Come into church?
Rather. I got a lot to be grateful for.
You got what you deserve.
Suppose I have.
You'd better come to church than mope.
Shan't mope. I'll go to church. Good riddance.
I've had my whack. I don't see she'll have any cause to holler. Beastly home. Beastly life. Here goes. Now, paraffin, downstairs. All the way down. There. Plenty of time. Might as well sit down. Razor's a good sharp blade. Harold's wedding present. Appropriate. This is the end, old man. The end? Love's never begun for me. Never. I've always submitted, never fought for the beautiful things I desired, taken any risks, died rather than abandon the things that matter. Safety don't matter. A living don't matter, unless there are things to live for. I've been a coward and a fool, and this is the end for me. Oh, God, time. Time to put it all back. Quickly. Give up the plan. No. Smell the paraffin. Yeah, place reeks of it. No way out this time, Mum. Get the fire going. Yeah, no time to lose. Light paraffin. Wee, look at that flame travel. Now, move, man. Throw the lamp. Now. Your turn now, old man. Blade under the ear. Ooh. Oh. Lord, it stings. No, hold steady. No need to... Hello? Trouser burning. From the paraffin. Oh, it takes a bit to put it out. What a strange-looking flame that is. Flattish. Salmon pink. Oh, good Lord, this place is really light. Oh, damn this trouser. What the deuce shall I do? I'm soaked with paraffin. It wasn't planned like this. I've got to cut my throat first. Oh, no, it's all going too fast. No, I must get out through the shop. Next door will be a light at this... Oh, my God. Rumble's old mother-in-law's next door. Deaf as a post. Must rescue her.
Come on out of there! Will you? Fire! Fire! Old lady! Fire! Come on! Fire!
I just sent word to you, Constable Dad. A fire down at Polly's shop.
Got the engine out, Mr. Gamble.
On my way.
You haven't far to go. Engine shed's next door to Polly's almost. That's not the way.
Boomer has the key of the shed.
Down now. No need to panic. Soon have it under control.
Well, somebody's got to send the fire brigade. What's going on? Shot's going right up.
What is the key, Boomer! The key to the fire engine shed!
Oh, it's in the other trousers.
Oh.
Here, hold on
half a moment.
Anyone seen old Rumble?
He's gone over to Downford for a walk, he told me.
Oh.
You all right, Polly?
Oh, yes, now what's happening here?
We haven't got the key of the fire engine shed. Boomer's looking for it.
Oh, Lord, no. We must go back.
Oh, it's a fair bonfire. Polly's shops are gone, sure enough.
Rumbles will go next if the brigade don't come soon. Look at that smoke.
How the deuce do I get that old woman to hear me?
That's from his shed at the back. Just told it he has.
The back, of course. That's the idea.
I have already telephoned for assistance to the nearby fire brigades.
I've come straight on up with a message.
I used my own initiative 10 minutes ago. If we waited for you men, there wouldn't be a building left standing.
Now, look here, Miss Trescott.
No, you look out of my window. I can see what's going on without a messenger coming to tell me.
Oh, it's a sight and a half, all right. I've never seen a house as alight as Polly's. Roof's beginning to fall in by the looks.
Shouldn't you be getting back? The tap room at the hotel will be the next to catch fire. You'd want to save that, I'm sure.
They've organised a string of volunteers with buckets. Yeah. Oh, look at that lot with the ladder.
Is it still in front of the shop? It will be. Oh, no! On the roof.
Hey, what is it?
2 people on the roof. Look! 2 people on the roof.
I don't mind scrambling, but I can't jump. And I won't jump.
Yeah, well, scramble then, old lady, scramble. Now, here, give me your arm.
Oh.
Now, don't mind if your feet slip. Oh, no, I've got you. It's 1 up and 2 down on these blessed tiles.
It's not what I'm used to.
Yeah, well, stick to it. Live and learn. Oh, yeah, well done, well done.
I can't jump, mind you. And old ladies like me mustn't be hurried.
Well, look, let's get as high as possible anyhow. Onto that parapet. Shinning up a water spout in your line. Near as you'll get to heaven.
I can't jump. I can do anything but jump.
But can you reach that ledge with your hands? Reach with your hands.
Ah.
There, that's good, that's good. Now, hold on while I give you a boost.
So long as it isn't jumping.
Now, hold on. Whee!
Ah.
Oh, God, where's she gone to? Well, there must be roof on the other side. Oh, yeah, there she is, oh, crispy. Hey.
I've never been out on a roof before. I'm all disconnected.
That's all right.
It's very bumpy. Oh, especially that last bit. Can't we sit here for a bit and rest? I'm not the girl I used to be.
You sit here 10 minutes, you'll pop like a roast chestnut. Do you understand me? Roast chestnut.
What was that?
Roast chestnut. Pop! There ought to be a limit to deafness. Oh, you fabric smoker. Come on.
Can't hear a word you say.
Come on! You lot! Leave the fire escape alone!
Well, the rest of the old lady, they crumble.
Don't work either way to the next shop.
But we're only trying to help.
Just you leave the ladder to the fireman.
Quite
Where
right.
do you want it, Mr. Boomer?
Well, thank you. Ready to run up against Rumbold when they get there. If they get there. Hey, looks as though they're stuck.
Marvellous of the old girl to have got that far, Mr. Gamble.
I ain't had such a time for years. Can't do no jumping, though. No.
Now, come on, come on.
Look at them down there, running and scurrying about like black beetles. Why, there's Rumbold. There he is.
No time for handkerchief waving. Come on.
Can't do no jumping.
Put your arm round my neck.
Mr. Rumbold, he's a very quiet man. Never heard him. I must just wave at him again.
Oh, God.
Look, Sir Musco, there's a great brass thing climbing up. Wonder of wonders! Who's Mr. Gamble? Hiding his head in that thing. I never did.
Hey, Gamble.
Can we get her down the ladder? There's not much time.
He might get stuck in it.
You'll get stuck in it. Come along.
I could do better if he took it off. It's worse than Carter's style before they mended it with his cow looking at you.
Oh, come on.
Well done, Gamble!
Give me a hand, Gamble.
How's the poor old lady up in the roof and all?
Mother-in-law, you all right?
The first fire I was ever in. I'm real glad I haven't missed it.
We've a room for you in the Temperance Hotel.
But I don't drink.
Oh, come along now.
He was saying something about hot chestnuts. I haven't had no hot chestnuts. No, I haven't had no hot chestnuts.
Here he comes! Here's the hero!
Alfred! You're safe!
Hello, Miriam.
All the same, it took some courage, and I'm proud to have shaken you by the hand.
Hear, hear. You played a brave man's part, Polly.
Yes.
And if you don't get a medal, my name's not Rumbo.
Hear, hear. Good night, then, Polly. Good night, all.
Night, Polly.
Good night, Polly.
Good night. Sure. There's room and a half in that jacket. As for these trousers, I look like a clown. It's funny not to have a pair of breeches of one's own.
Hello.
Hello.
Come to bed.
Sorry if I woke you, Miriam.
I've been thinking. It isn't going to be so bad after all. We shall get your insurance money. We can begin all over again.
Yes.
Get a better house. I've always hated those stairs. Choose a better position where there's more doing. Not half so bad. You wanted stirring up.
Something I've forgotten to do. What is it? Oh, yeah, I ought to cut my throat. The razor. Oh, doesn't matter now. Go to bed. No, wait. You can change your circumstances. The fire burned down those old buildings, and Fishbourne isn't the world. My situation isn't inevitous. I can clear out. Leave the insurance money to Miriam, all but £21, that would be fair. Without me, she can do all sorts of things. Now I can take to the road, get an odd job here and there, talk to strange people, travel the country, see new places. And I'll never open a shop no more.
Nice little inn, the Potwell. Sort of nestles under the trees.
Decent-shaped trees, too. You never get a decent-shaped tree by the seaside. I've lived there 15 years.
Got the water here?
Not salt water, nor the salt breeze. A river encourages trees like those poplars. Graceful, harmonious. I like the look of this place. The river, the garden, benches, little tables. I bet it's just as pleasant inside.
Have a look.
Oh.
Through the glass panels.
Snug little bar. Snug little parlour. Oh, my goodness.
That fat body's the landlady.
Oh, I'd say plump rather than fat.
As you please. Comes to the same thing.
She looks very peaceful and kindly and wholesome. You can see a person's true character when they drop to sleep like that. My sort.
Leave you to her, then. I must get these letters delivered to Westham. Bye.
Goodbye. Don't think I ought to disturb her, really. She looks so peaceful. All the same, I am a bit hungry.
Who is it there? Oh, Lord, I thought you was Jim.
I'm never Jim.
You've got his sort of hat. But then you've got a beard.
Ah.
It just came into my head you was Jim. Oh, I believe I was having 40 winks if all the truth was told. What can I do for you?
Cold meat?
There is cold meat.
And rum for it.
There's some cold boiled beef. And a bit of crisp lettuce.
New mustard.
And a tankard.
And a tankard.
Looking for work?
Oh, in a way. It's such beautiful weather this spring.
What sort of work do you want?
You know, I never properly thought that out. I've been looking around for ideas.
Will you have your beef in the tap or outside?
The tap will be easier for you.
Hear that?
Hear what?
Listen. That's for the ferry. And there isn't a ferryman.
Oh, could I?
Can you punt?
Never tried.
Well, pull the pole out before you reach the end of the punt, that's all. Try.
There, Captain. Most mercantilious, all safe ashore, ma'am.
I've been laughing at you. When you hit his head, oh, it hurt my side.
It didn't hurt his head. Not particularly. Did splash him a bit with some waterweed. I don't know why he wanted to come across. He wasn't very grateful. Said something about the landing being 40 yards downstream and the soil very treacherous.
Did you charge him anything?
Oh, gratis. I never thought of it.
Oh, you ought to have charged him something. You better come in and have your cold meat before you do any more punting. You and me'll get on together. You eat better than you punt. I dare say you could learn to punt.
Oh, this beef's a bit of all right, ma'am. I could have done differently if I hadn't been punting on an empty stomach.
I never held with fasting. Another piece of lettuce.
Wouldn't refuse, ma'am. There was a time, most of my life really, I used to have a sort of tug-of-war going on in me innards. Terrible feeling. Every afternoon, most evenings. Doesn't happen now.
I expect you're out in the fresh air more. Walking. No worries. Worry churns up the inside something awful.
You want a ferryman?
I want an odd man about the place.
Oh, well, I'm odd, all right. What's the wages?
Not much, but you get tips and pickings. I've a sort of feeling it'd suit you.
Give me a trial.
I've more than half a mind, or I wouldn't have said anything about it. I suppose you're all right. You've got a sort of half-respectable look about you. I suppose you haven't done anything.
Bit of arson.
So long as you haven't the habit.
My first time, ma'am, and me last.
It's all right if you haven't been to prison. It isn't what a man's happened to do makes him bad. We all happen to do things at times. It's bringing it home to him and spoiling his self-respect does the mischief. You don't look a wrong 'un. Have you been to prison? A reformatory or an institution?
Never, not me. Do I look reformed?
Can you paint and carpenter a bit?
Right for it.
Have a bit of cheese.
If I might. Could you tell me more of the duties, ma'am?
Keeping the place tidy, sweeping out and sanding the tap and bar, washing glasses, cleaning bottles and saving corks, taking into cellar, tapping and connecting beer casks with their engines, house painting, cleaning windows, general gardening, help with the ducklings and the poultry, stabling, baiting and grooming horses, cleaning and garaging motor car, scrubbing floors, delivering bottled beer and running errands.
Oh, can but try it, ma'am. And when there's nothing else on hand, I suppose I might do a bit of fishing. Dexterity improving. Second passenger, amiable. Quite.
Hello.
Hello. Oh! Dear, that was nearly a disaster.
Not very good. Bit silly. What are you called?
Polly!
Liar, I'm Polly.
Then I'm Alfred, but I meant to be Polly.
I was first.
All right. I'm going to be the new ferryman.
I see. You'll have to punt better.
Hold on. Yeah, you should have seen me this afternoon.
I can imagine it. I've seen the others.
What others?
What Uncle Jim has scooted. He'll scoot you too, I expect.
I'm not a scooter.
Uncle Jim is. When he comes back, he'll cut your insides out. Perhaps, very likely, he'll let me see.
Who is this Uncle Jim?
Don't know who Uncle Jim is, but he's a scorcher. He only came back a short time ago and he's scooted 3 men. He don't like strangers about, don't Uncle Jim? He can swear. He's going to teach me soon as I can whistle properly.
Teach you to swear?
And spit.
Oh, how old are you?
9. It's not what I should call handsome, not Uncle Jim. But he's a scorcher, no mistake. Grandma don't like him.
Just getting the fire going for tea.
I say, who's Uncle Jim?
That little granddaughter of mine been saying things.
Bits of things.
Oh, well, I suppose I must tell you sooner or later. It's Jim. He's the drawback to this place. That's what he is. The drawback. I hoped you mightn't hear so soon. Very likely he's gone. He hasn't been near the place these 2 weeks or more.
But who is he?
I suppose I got to tell you.
She says he scoots people.
He's my own sister's son. I suppose I got to tell you. I try not to think of it, and night and day's haunting me. I try not to think of it. I've been far too easygoing all my life, but I'm that worried and afraid, with death and ruin threatened and evil all about me. I don't know what to do. My own sister's son, and me a widow woman and helpless against his doings. I wouldn't mind nothing else half so much if he'd leave that child alone. But he goes talking to her, teaching her words and giving her ideas.
That's a bit thick.
Thick? It's horrible. He takes my money and he takes my things. He won't let no man stay here to protect me or do the boats or work the ferry. The ferry's getting a scandal. They stand and shout and scream and use language. And if I complain, they'll say I'm helpless to manage here and take away my licence and out I shall go. He knows it and plays on it, and he don't care.
Why don't you send the child away?
I got nowhere to send her. I buys him off when it comes to that, and back he comes, worse than ever, prowling round and doing evil, and not a soul to help me. I just hoped there might be a day or so before he comes back again. I was just hoping. I'm the sort that hopes.
Biggish sort of man, I expect.
Well, there was always something a bit wrong with him, but nothing you mightn't have hoped for. Not till they carried him off and reformed him. It was that reformatory ruined him. They put him in along a lot of boys full of ideas of wickedness, and because he didn't mind pain, and he didn't, I will admit, try as I would, they made him think himself a hero.
What was he sent to the reformatory for?
Playing truant and stealing. We stole right enough from an old woman, and what was I to do when it came to the trial but say what I knew? And him looking like a viper at me, more like a viper than a human boy. He leans on the bar and looks at me. "All right, Auntie Flo," he says. Just that. Nothing more.
What sort of size is he? I'm not one of your Herculaceous sorts. Nothing wonderful by Sibitili.
You'll scoot. You'd better scoot now, and I'll try and find some money for him to go away when he comes. It ain't reasonable to expect you to do anything but scoot. But I suppose it's the way of a woman in trouble to try and get help from a man and hope and hope.
How long's he been about?
3 months it is, since he came in by that very back door, and I hadn't set eyes on him for 7 years. "Good old Auntie Flo," he says. "Ain't you delighted to see me, now I'm reformed? Ain't you going to ask me in, Auntie dear?" I never did like him, and seeing him there with his teeth all black and broken, perhaps I didn't give him much of a welcome at first. "Come in," I said. "I won't have it said I wasn't ready to be kind to you." Down he sits in that chair. "I come to torment you," he says. "They've reformed me and made me a devil, and a devil I mean to be to you. I come to torment you, you old something." Then he begins. And no human being could have been called such names before. "And now," he says, "just to show I ain't afraid of hurting you," and ups and twists my wrists.
Oh, no.
I could stand even his violence if it wasn't for the child.
Oh, you two oughtn't to be left.
I've hoped.
But I don't see that it's my affair. I'd like to have a look at him before I go. Somehow. Not my business, of course. Lord, who's that?
Only a customer.
And what's the name of that duck?
That's Bobtail. And there's Ermintrude. Now then, who's that one? Oh, there's Ernest. Ah, there's Tufty. He's my favourite. Here, watch him walk straight into my hand. No fear at all, see? Isn't he the nicest?
Well, they're all nice, but he is friendly.
Uh-oh. Passenger for the ferry. Off you go, Tufty. Join your family.
When you come back, will you play stalking tigers in the orchard?
My pleasure, Miss Polly.
Thank you, Alfred. No, I will call you Mr. Polly, in my honour.
An honour indeed, my lady. This is a good crib. Perhaps Uncle Jim won't come back after all.
Half a mo!
Go.
Half a mo, mister. You the new bloke at the Potwell Inn?
Suppose I am.
Half a mo. We ain't a bleeding marathon. It ain't a cinder track. I want a word with you, Mr. C.
If you'll let go my arm. Yeah. Now, what is it?
I just want a word with you, see? Just a friendly word or two, just to clear up any blooming errors. That's all I want. No need to be so proud if you are the new bloke at Potwell Inn. Not a bit of it, see? You got a bloody well shift, see? The Potwell Inn's my beat, see?
How's it your beat?
Not your business. You got a shift.
Suppose I don't.
You got a shift. You don't know who you're up against. It's a kindness I'm doing to warn you. I don't stick at nothing.
What do you think you'll do if I don't clear out?
Feel that grip.
Oh.
I'll do you injuries. I'll hurt you. I'll kick you ugly. I'll hurt you in horrible ways. You cry to see yourself.
You've got no right.
Right! Ain't the old woman me aunt? I got no quarrel with you.
It's too late to go tonight.
I'll be round tomorrow, about 11. See? And if I find you...
We'll consider your suggestion.
You better.
the time? Well, 10:30. No point in going back now. 3 miles? No, never get back in time now. Might as well go on. Let's go back. Not my quarrel. Old Cadger. She hadn't no business to drag me into her quarrels. Ought to have gone to the police. Wish I'd never set eyes on the rotten inn. The little girl. No. Call of duty. Go home to Miriam. Where you been? Holiday. Oh, I don't see it. It's not fair. If I had a chance against him, one kick in the stomach would settle a chap like me. It's no good, you see. If I get killed, I get killed. If he gets killed, I get hung. Don't seem just somehow. Oh, God, it isn't my affair.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. No, don't you come near.
Florence.
Oh, it's you. He came early, mad drunk and looking for her.
Where is she?
Locked upstairs.
Haven't you sent for the police?
No one to send. He's roaming around outside.
Well, let's have a look. He's coming back.
Oh.
Give me a bottle, a large one. I'll see to him.
You, Scoots.
That's your job.
I warned you.
Keep off! Oh, it's broken. Oh, my God.
Let me get my hands on you. Come back, come here. Bottles. I want some bottles.
Go away, Jim. Get out.
Bottles. Fight him with bottles. I'll show him fighting with bottles.
Leave him alone. Leave him alone, will you?
Out of my way, you! Oh, after I deal with him, I'll be back to deal with you, Auntie Flo. Oh, carve him to bloody mincemeat. Hey, come back, you! No good running off. I'll get you. I'll get you. You won't get away. I'm gaining. Oh, catch you!
Now, if I can drop this over his head.
Where are you? I know you side.
Yeah!
Take this! Take it off! Stop jamming me! Stop playing! Put
Get away! Go on! Move! Move!
You wait till I'm dead.
Go on! Go back!
Yeah! Keep that broom away! Oh, God! Oh, you bastard! Oh, you know, I got a weak chest!
Your foul mouth needs washing out!
Get away! I tell you I got a weak chest! I ain't want her! Oh, this ain't fair fighting!
Keep out, then! Keep out!
Ow! Look at this cold's getting to my marrow! I tell you I got a leg!
Not here! On the island!
I'll be out of me depths!
Way down, crossed by the shallows. And don't you ever set foot on this place again!
Oh, my God! I'll skin you, Vinny!
Oh, ain't he killed you?
Well, that's nice, I must say.
You've got blood beside your ear.
That's quite a cut. He must have done that when he jabbed about with those bottles.
I wish I'd seen more of the fighting. All I saw was you running round the house and Uncle Jim after you.
I was leading him on. You won't see any more of Uncle Jim for a bit.
Who's this nut brown for?
Here, missus.
There, Tom, there.
Here, I thought we should have a stone of ginger up.
Oh, good idea.
Do these glasses, shall I?
If you would. He must have been mad to come up here twice looking for you, trying to pick a fight when the place was full of customers.
Lucky those territorials were here the other day. He got more than he bargained for.
You haven't scooted. That's what's made him more determined.
Jim's been pinched again, missus.
What? Our Jim?
Your Jim. Stealing a hatchet.
Did you say hatchet?
Yes, a hatchet. Down Lamham Way, night before last.
What did he steal a hatchet for, Tom?
He said he wanted a hatchet.
Wonder what he wanted a hatchet for.
I dessay he had a use for it.
How much you say they give him?
3 months.
Well, sir, here we are.
Oh, very compactus.
Oh, I won't pretend it's in any great shape. But if you only need a gun for rope...
Well, it has the advantage of being small, easily stowed.
Will you take it as it is?
No. Could you wrap it up in something? Landlady's a bit scared of firearms, you know, as some women are.
Yes, indeed, sir. Marvellous 3 months we've had, eh?
Oh, wow.
Still so warm you wouldn't know it's October, except for the evening mists. Oh, sir, watch out when you load it.
Why?
Well, the trigger's a bit sensitive. Wouldn't want you to come to any harm.
I hope not.
I say, down there in the ditch. Are you all right?
Look out! He's let fly at me twice already. Keep down!
Who has? Let fly with what?
With the rook rifle. Take cover down here, for God's sake.
Well, I will if you insist, but I assure you there's no one about.
Well, perhaps he don't fire at you, keeping his shot for me.
Who?
Uncle Jim. Terrible villainous character. Chased me from the inn.
You haven't been sleepwalking, have you? Or suffer from insomnia like me? Out here this early?
He's just waiting for me.
Well, I assure you there's no one about.
Oh, yeah. Coast does seem to be clear.
You see? Not a soul. Come along. You'll catch your death out here in your nightshirt. Let's go back through the churchyard. There's less chance of anyone seeing us. Oh, my name is Warspite, by the way.
Mine's Polly. How'd you do?
How do you do?
I ran into the churchyard on account of the tombstones. You can see they give more cover from the small shop.
Isn't that a fine new monument to Sir Samuel?
Very fine.
Oh, hello. What's this rifle doing here?
Good Lord, that's mine. That's the one he's been firing at me.
Oh, it's damaged. Burst.
That must have been his third shot. Sounded a bit funny. Oh, I hope they're all right at the inn.
You heard Uncle Jim going for Polly, then a shot. Then what did you do?
Locked the girl and myself in my room and pushed the chest up to the door.
Then he set about ransacking the place.
Made a good job of it too, Constable. I thought downstairs was bad enough, but this room, chaos.
Here, you can see where he forced the lock of the door.
Let me have a look. The panel's scorched. You can still smell the powder faintly. Yeah. And I would say these marks were caused by shot.
That's when I let fly at him, as he come in.
Oh, I say, he's chucked your books on the floor.
Oh.
There was no need for that. Let me. Your boots?
No, that's his boots.
And his bits of cast-offs. There's no sign of your clothes, Polly.
Now, this window, some of these tiles have just got broken.
Yeah, I got out the window and slid down the scullery tiles.
Well, we better find him and have a word with him. That's my business now.
I will say this for fishing. It induces meditation, allows for reflection. And it's taken you 5 years to find leisure to do it. 5 years. And what happened to Jim? Never a word. Have you ever faced up to it, old man? You committed arson and deserted a wife? But I don't think the burning of things is a crime in itself. It's neither good or bad. But Miriam, you made yourself responsible for her life. All right, she had over £100 insurance, but that don't last forever. She's bound to have fooled it away if I know it. Oh, hey, a bite. Now, don't jerk your hook up. Take it gently. Oh, another dace. Nice plump one this time. Right, into the bag. Bit selfish, isn't it, old man? You're healthy and comfortable. She's probably in distress, crying her eyes out. She was always talking of doing things. Why couldn't she? Silly to think of her. Damn silly.
Court, Manny.
Look, Flo, I got an idea. Would it put you out very much if I went off for a day or two for a bit of a holiday? There won't be much doing now till Thursday. Oh, there's a real wobbler. Worse than I used to be. Pity my bicycle had to go up in the fire. And my books. Well, Fishbourne High Street. That side's much as before. And on my side, this side, well, that must be the new fire station. Very ostentious. Colonial Tea Company, that's new. Used to be Rumbles. Can't do no jumping. Little sweet shop. Tea's upstairs. What's it say? Polly and the Larkins? Well, I'm astonished. I don't know, I really don't. Well, in for a penny.
Afternoon. Was there something you was wanting?
Can I have tea?
Well, you can, but our tea room's upstairs. My sister's been cleaning it out, and it's a bit upset.
It will be.
I beg your pardon?
I said I didn't mind. Up here?
Yeah, just these few stairs. I dare say there'll be a table.
Nothing like turning everything upside down when you're cleaning.
Oh, it's my sister's way.
I haven't changed.
She's gone out for a bit of air, but I dare say she'll be back soon to finish. It's a nice light room when it's tidy.
Yeah.
Can I put you at this table over by the window?
Oh, thank you very much. Very, very pleasant.
I'll get a cloth. Would you like some jam?
I'd like an egg. I'd like 2. 4 minutes exactly. Things don't seem to be so bad with Miriam. Her usual disorder. Minnie don't recognise me for sure. One can hide behind a beard.
I'll just lay the table.
Oh. Unusual name, Polly. Polly and Larkins. Real, I suppose.
Polly's my sister's name. She married a Mr. Polly.
Widow, I presume?
Yeah. It's 5 years, come October.
Lord.
Found drowned he was. In the Medway, near Maidstone. He must have been in the water for days. Wouldn't have known him, my sister wouldn't, but for the name sewn in his clothes. All whitey and eat away he was.
Oh, bless my heart. Must have been rather a shock for her.
It was a shock. But sometimes a shock's better than a long agony.
Oh, no doubt. Life insured?
We started the tea rooms with it.
What sort of chap was this Mr. Polly?
He was a wearing husband. I've often pitied my sister. Feeble, weak as water. Oh, how long did you say for your eggs?
4 minutes exactly.
Oh, they'll be about ready. One gets talking.
One does.
Here we are. 2
2 eggs.
Thank you. Was there an inquest on that chap, Polly?
Of course.
You sure it was him?
What do you mean? Who else could it have been in the very clothes he wore?
Yeah, of course. It was silly of me.
I must keep an eye on the shop.
Now, don't get agitated. You'll give yourself away. Oh, Lord. One of Miriam's eggs. I haven't tasted such an egg in 5 years. Wonder where she gets them. Picks them out, I suppose. This other one. Oh, a bit better. Almost palatable. Nice afternoon.
Oh, my God. No,
Here, sit down.
it's you.
No, it isn't. It just looks like me, that's all.
I knew that man wasn't you. All along. I tried to think it was. I tried to think perhaps the water had altered your wrists and feet and the colour of your hair.
Ah.
I'd always feared you'd come back.
I haven't come back. Now, don't you think it.
How we'll pay back the insurance now, I don't know.
Oh, don't cry, Miriam. I haven't come back, and I'm not coming back. I'm a visitant from another world. You shut up about me, and I'll shut up about myself. I came back because I thought you might be hard up or in trouble or something silly like that. Now I see you again, I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied completely, see? I'm going to absquatulate, see? Hey, presto, right away. Now, don't you think you're going to see me again? For you ain't. Oh, and Miriam, that was a tasty egg. I'm not going back to them, and Jim's not coming back here again.
In the Medway? In Kent?
I'm not going back to them ever.
Poor Jim. I can't hardly say I'm sorry.
Nor me. But it don't seem much good his having been alive, does it? I often wonder about life. One seems to start in life expecting something, and it doesn't happen. And it doesn't matter. One starts with ideas that things are good and things are bad, but it hasn't much relation to what is good and what is bad. I've always been the skeptatious sort, and it always seems rot to me to pretend that men know good from evil. It's just what I've never done. None of your Adam's original apple stuck in my throat, ma'am. I don't own to it. I set fire to a house once.
People do different things for different reasons.
I don't feel sorry for it. I don't believe it was a bad thing to do, any more than burning a toy, like I did once when I was a baby. I nearly killed myself with a razor.
You?
Oh, who hasn't? Anyhow, gone as far as thinking of it. Most of my time, I've been half dreaming. I married like a dream, almost. I've never really planned my life or set out to live. I happened. Things happened to me. So with everyone. I don't see what it's all up to.
Like children playing about in a nursery. Hurt themselves at times.
It isn't what we try to get that we get. It isn't the good we think we do is good. What makes us happy isn't our trying. What makes others happy isn't our trying. There's a sort of character people like and stand up for, and a sort they won't. Miriam was always trying.
Who was Miriam?
I know one you know. But she used to go about with her brows knit, trying not to do whatever she wanted to do, if ever she did want to do anything.
You can't help being fat.
You can't.
It helps and it hinders.
Like my upside-down way of talking.
The magistrates wouldn't have kept on the licence to me if I hadn't been fat.
Then, what have we done to get an evening like this? Lord, look at it. If I was a darky or an Italian, I should come out here and sing. Well, I whistle sometimes, of course, but bless you, it's singing I've got on my mind. Sometimes I think I live for sunsets.
I don't see that it does you any good always looking at sunsets like you do.
Nor me, but I do. Sunsets and things I was made to like.
I don't help you.
Who cares?
You've got to die someday.
Some things I can't believe, and one is you being a skeleton. Look at them, against the yellow, and they're just stinging nettles. Nasty weeds if you count things by their uses, and no help in the life hereafter. But just look at the look of them.
It isn't only looks.
Whenever there's signs of a good sunset and I'm not too busy, I'll come and sit out here.
I wish we could.
I will.
Not always.
Come here always. When I'm a ghost.
Spoil the place for others.
Oh, not my sort of ghost. I'd be a sort of diaphanous feeling. Just mellowish, warmish like.
There's a bat flitting by.
Time we was going in, no party. Supper to get. It's as you say. We can't sit here forever.
And so ends The History of Mr. Polly by H.G. Wells, dramatised for radio by Anthony Keary. Alfred Polly was played by Christopher Guinea, and Florence was Megs Jenkins. Miriam was Elizabeth Proud. The Old Lady, Amy Delamain. Rumbold and the Gunsmith, Michael Deacon. Gamble and Tom, Paul Meyer. Boomer and the Postman, Gregory de Paulnay. The Telephonist and the Little Girl called Polly, Eve Karpf. Uncle Jim, Geoffrey Matthews. Warspite and Dent, Louis Stringer. Blake, Michael Clawton. And Minnie was Heather Bell. The History of Mr. Polly was directed